What's up, everybody? My name is Ron Empire, and welcome to my channel. Okay, good morning, everybody. Or afternoon, I guess. Sorry, I just woke up. But it's 4 p.m. on Saturday. I normally don't stream on a weekend, but the game did just release yesterday. It's very exciting. So welcome back. We now have the official version 101 release. And as you notice, there's no more bi-weekly updates. So this is the final version of the game. And of course, the developer said that they are going to continue doing some more bug fixes, balances, any tweaks and changes and additions to the game over the next couple of weeks post-launch. They don't have a roadmap anymore, so as you notice, there's no more roadmap thingy here. They are not planning on releasing a new roadmap. They said they're going to take it slow, play it by ear. They don't have anything solid to commit to, but they want to just announce things as they work on it. And so hopefully we'll get some news before sometimes in the future. In the meantime, they're probably going to take it slow and relax. And I just woke up and saw that Against the Storm is now on the front page of Steam. So very exciting. Congratulations to Airmite Games and Hooded Horse. You guys made it. So I'm very happy with that. The game is currently overwhelmingly positive in terms of reviews. So that's also a big plus. All right, so yeah, I just want to give you a little bit of a news there that I am the special content creators event winner, the Queen Hands Trial. So I actually completed all the way to the end. As you can see, I've completed a Queen Hands Trial during the press version. I also completed a Queen Hands Trial during the 13 creator Iron Man Battle Royale Challenge. So that was really exciting. And so now what I want to do, and I've been playing this for the past 2 years now since the early access release on the Epic Store that was exclusive for a year. And Airmite Games actually sent me a copy of the game to play and stream. And back then, Luke dropped me a message on Twitch and said, hey, you know, I see you play a lot of City Builders and Timberborn, and I love City Builders. Would you be interested in playing this? And I gladly accepted the game key and participated in their experimental branch as well on the Epic Game Store. And then they released it on Steam last year, November 1st, into early access after the exclusiveness with Epic expired. And here we are today, a year and a month later, we now have the full release. So what I want to do is create a brand new profile. So that way it's a complete reset. And we're going to start from scratch, everything with a clean wipe. I've already completed everything on my main Twitch, YouTube. This was my original Epic Store profile. I completed whatever at the time. A lot has changed. So, but I left that there just to, you know, go back to every now and then to compare my YouTube, Twitch series with that one. And then I also did a new profile challenge here where I just completely wiped the Citadel tree again, started from scratch to see how far I can get climbing the Prestige ladder. So this profile here, I went all the way up to Prestige 20 and 1, and I started exactly at the Viceroy level after the tutorials. And then this right here, this profile here is a new challenge that I had started, where basically I did a new profile reset with no Citadel upgrades to see how far I can climb the Prestige ladder. So I ended up around Prestige 12. I actually didn't complete this yet. So my next run on this would have been Prestige 13 with no fail so far. But today I want to do a full walkthrough on a brand new profile with the new version 1.0 so that new players can follow along, explain to you guys how to play the game. So this will be a full walkthrough guide for new players starting on a brand new profile as a walkthrough. So if you guys are watching live now, you can actually ask any questions. For everyone who's already played the game or understand the game, I'm sorry, you're going to have to listen through and watch me play the lower levels first. But this will serve as a live walkthrough guide, and then I can export this on my YouTube channel for those who want to watch it later. All right, so let's go ahead and jump in. So this here is Against the Storm. When you first start the game, you will not have access to the Queen Hands profile. This will only be available to you when you unlock the Adamantine seal, which is the highest seal difficulty, Prestige 20. And you have to also go through all the difficulty levels to get to that seal. So if you're brand new to the game, don't worry about the Queen Hands profile. This will not be available to you for a while. When you first start, the only thing that you'll have is this first row here. It will automatically be created for you. It will be set as default. So what you can do is you can actually click on it and rename it however you want. So on your default, just change it to the name that you want. And you cannot delete your main profile. Okay, you can only reset it, basically wiping out your progress and starting from scratch. And then you'll have a green plus symbol here, 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 and here. And that will allow you to create additional profiles. One of the things that you want to do with the extra profiles, is maybe if you want to do challenges like what I did, or you might have different family members, so you have extra save slots for your family members. Maybe, your wife, kid, son, or whoever, girlfriend, boyfriend, might want to play this game, so you can use the plus symbol to create extra profiles. So what I'm going to do with the extra profile today is create one for this new challenge, or not challenge, but this new walkthrough guide. So this will be a full walkthrough guide series. All right, so that will be the one I want. So I'm going to go ahead and click on pick this. And then now we are on our full walkthrough guide series. You know what? I'm going to take this off here, so it's shortened. All right, how's that? There. So now it is my full walkthrough guide series, brand new profile. So when you first start the game, you hit the play button. So let's say, you actually did get the default and you renamed it. You're going to want to hit the play button.
The world is plagued by the Blight Storm, a vile cycle of destruction ravaging everything in its path. The only safe haven is the Smoldering City, where the mysterious Scorched Queen reigns. You are one of her Viceroys, a pioneer sent into the wilds, tasked with establishing new settlements and acquiring valuable resources for the crown. Your goal is to help rebuild the Smoldering City and secure the future of the Queen's subjects.
All right, so the guy just basically said, your goal is to secure valuable resources and rebuild the Smoldering City. So basically get Citadel upgrade resources and then spend that towards upgrading the Citadel. So when you first start, this crow here is the Queen's Envoy, and he'll tell you to use the WASD key or mouse over to move the camera. Or the mouse to move the camera. So yes, you can just hit ASWD like this. And then I use Q and E to rotate the camera. That wasn't explained there. And then with the mouse, I'm actually using the scroll wheel to zoom in and out. And I can also, use the right click, hold, and I can move the screen around. Now, some of you might have, edge scrolling as well in your options. I did not enable that. Hey, Brand Zest, thank you for for that gift sub. I appreciate that. Yay. Thank you for all the gift subs. 5 gift subs. Hooray. Alright, so the envoy will first explain to you that the red bar down at the bottom is the Queen's Impatience, alright? And if you take too long to solve or finish your town, then the Queen's Impatient will hit maximum, and then you lose. So this bar right here has a certain amount of impatience per minute. So if you roll your mouse over the bar, it will actually start off at 0 impatient, and it'll actually say Queen's Impatient is plus 0.15 per minute, right? So he's saying neglecting your village will increase the Queen's Impatience and bringing her wrath upon you. So once this impatient bar fills up, the red bar reaches the maximum, then you lose. All right, so that's the little intro there. And then on the left side is a blue bar, which is the reputation bar. Fulfilling your duties will increase the town's reputation, unlocking new buildings, and eventually bring you to victory. So on the left side here is the reputation bar, which is a meter that determines when you win. So when you earn each reputation point, a full reputation, you will get a new blueprint, right? These new blueprints will allow you to choose from the choices, and it will help contribute towards the town's, I guess, benefit, where you can take advantage of the building and utilize the building to improve your town so that you can win. So what's going to happen here is that in the tutorial, they're not really going to give you a choice. They're just going to basically give you a reward building, right, as a start. But later, when you actually do play the game, say, any of the new towns after the tutorial, you'll actually be presented with choices. So for now, let's go ahead and hit continue. Okay. Now choose a new blueprint. Select the crown icon below. Okay, so when you first start the game, at the 0 blue bar, there will be a set of choices that you'll get. You'll actually get an automatic free set of blueprints to start. On regular difficulties, I believe you get like 2, 3, something like that. It also depends on your Citadel upgrade, sometimes, and your difficulty level. But for the most part, you'll be able to choose a starting set of blueprints before earning blueprints. So these are like the first set that's free. So here he's trying to tell you, I'll go ahead and choose something, right? So right now, you only get 1. Each expedition starts with only a few essential blueprints. More will be given to you as you gain reputation points. Now pick the woodcutter's camp. Okay, so since I'm playing on the tutorial level, this is the starting map that you'll get as a new player. They're only going to give you one thing. And woodcutter's camp, normally when you play a normal game after the tutorial, it's automatically given to you. It's considered an essential building and it's free. But for the purpose of the tutorial, they just want you to pick it. And then there's a rollover here. Some reputation points you gain allow you to select a new building blueprint. You can unlock new blueprints by leveling up. Alright, so when it says unlock new blueprints by leveling up, it's not actually talking about this leveling up. It's actually talking about leveling up in your player level. Every player will earn experience points when completing a town successfully. Those experience points that contribute towards the player level. There are a total, currently in the game, 18 levels. So when you level up from, say, 0 to 1, you'll get more blueprint choices, which is added to a pool of choices. For now, there's only one thing to choose from, so let's continue. Alright, so he is now telling you to use the spacebar to resume. When you first start the game, it's going to automatically pause to give you time to reassess, to evaluate your situation and figure out, the lay of the land. So let's go ahead and hit space to resume right now. Alright, so I'm going to hit space again just to pause it. build a woodcutter's camp and explore the forest. You have to keep the fire going at all times. Okay. All right, so this right here is the hearth. This is where you assign a firekeeper. Every single person or every single species has a unique firekeeper ability. So right now, when you first start the game in the tutorial, there's only going to be 3 species available to you. To get more species, and there's a total of 5, you have to level up. So Harpies and Foxes are the other 2 species, and they are not immediately available to you until you get to a certain level. So when the guy said, hey, you know, you have to keep this hearth going at all times, right? You need to assign a worker to it. So these are the choices. Now, at the start of the game, in the tutorial, they've limited a lot of things here, right? You won't be able to view advanced details on this, so they're trying to make it simple, and so you don't get to see these other things related to their resolves and their needs. So I'm not going to explain that to you just right away until we get to that second tutorial. What I will explain to you is that this here is the hearth. This here is the warehouse. They actually disable the grid mode view here and the list. I actually do not like playing on this list mode, but this is a list of everything that's in your warehouse. And I will probably need to ask the developers to put in some option here in the tutorial, because the tutorial is missing the list option. It's actually easier, as a tip, by the way, to click on the grid mode view where it shows you everything. And then here is just telling you that you can limit things in your warehouse. So I'm not going to go over this right now, but I just want to point out that the red building is the warehouse and this is the hearth. All right, so now the guy said, hey, you know, let's go ahead and build the camp. So we're going to do that. So the first thing we're going to do is click on the woodcutter's camp. So I'm going to give you a tip right now and explain to you something about how the camps work, right? This section right here are in the UI for building stuff is the camps. This here allows you to build roads. So when you first start the game, you don't have access to the stone roads or the copper road. But roads, if you do build roads, it gives you 5% movement speed for villagers walking onto it. It also is kind of a guiding path, because most of the villagers will tend to follow the road that you lay out as a preference, so they can get that movement speed bonus. But if you don't have roads, they'll walk anywhere they want, just slightly slower. The second option is the woodcutter's camp. So what I want to explain to you about how the woodcutter's camp works is, or any camp in this section here, that's under the camps tab, is that you can move them for free. Okay, and since you can move them for free, by free meaning there's no cost to moving them. Some buildings will have a cost associated to moving them. Now the trick here to the camp is that you want to place it right next to the warehouse. So just a little tip for you guys that will help you long term is, when you do build camps, start off building them next to the warehouse. And the reason for this is that they need to deliver the materials to build it. So right now this building requires 2 parts, and to build it they have to take the part out of the warehouse and then deliver it to the camp and then build it. So if you did something like this is a common mistake for new players who play. They're like, oh, well, I want to put my woodcutter's camp over here and I want to chop this down, and then you do something like this, right? Well, that's not efficient, because the worker has to travel from here, the warehouse, and deliver the materials to the camp. And when you play in a higher level difficulty, the cost for some of these camps can go up. The woodcutter's camp is the cheapest, so it's not really that bad. But later, when you have like other camps that will cost like 15 wood and 5 parts to build, that is about 4 trips to that particular camp. And so you don't want to have 4 long trips all the way to where the hell that you're trying to place the woodcutter's camp or whatever camp that you're building. you just want to place it right next to the warehouse so that the travel time for the materials is very fast, right? And then once you finish building it, you can actually then move it. See, can be moved for free. So the hotkey that I'm using is V. You can change that in your options screen here, right? For hotkeys on key binding. So I actually have mine for moving as V key, moving building, right? So if yours, you know, you change it to whatever you want. Mine so happens to be V. It might be the default. I can't remember. So let's go ahead and build that. And then I'll walk you through some more after that. So hitting the space bar is a way to pause and unpause. It gives you more time to think. Now, one of the other tricks, all right, so I'm going to give you the trick early on. The game doesn't give you a whole lot of tricks at the start of the game, right? I'm currently using the B key. I believe B key might be the default. But this key is the overlay, the resource overlay key. And I'll show you where that's in the options. All the way down here, it's called resource overlay. Let's see here, where is the resource overlay? It should be the B key. There you go. So it's called resources overlay, and mine is mapped to the B. If yours is not, you know, do whatever you want. Okay, so the B key allows you to see what the resources you have available to you in your starting glade. So here I've got 3 flax fields, I've got 4 clay deposits, and I've got a shit ton, seven broccolis. Okay, now notice also when you hit the B key, or when you roll your mouse over the charges, right, or the nodes, the resource nodes, it'll say things like 20 out of 20 charges. Charges basically means how many you can actually harvest or gather from the nodes. But we'll get to that in a little second here. I just want to go over at least the very first thing that I do when I enter a glade is I just hit the B key to see what my starting resources are. Hey, Loss. Thank you for the gift sub. Yay. Appreciate that, Lost. Yeah, thank you for gifting Bran a sub. He gave out gift subs and he's not a sub, and you just gifted him a sub. Well, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much, by the way. Alright, so now that we've got the woodcutters camp constructed, right, you can then click on it and assign workers. Now, the beavers species is really good at chopping trees. When you first start the game, you'll see the woodcutters camp has a specialization bonus, right? And then it has an icon here. The icon is called wood, and it's in parentheses proficiency. Proficiency is the category for this specialization bonus where they have a chance to give you double yield. So the icon next to the beaver here says, hey, you know, the beaver matches this specialization bonus. So it's a good idea to use the beavers whenever possible for woodcutting. There are little other tricks to why you don't want to have the beavers, or reasons why, or strategies, but I'm not going to go over that right now. But I just at least want to tell you, at the start of the game as a new player, beavers are pretty good at chopping trees. If you roll your mouse over them, it'll say that they have a 10% chance of doubling their yield. So for every tree that they chop, so let's say roll over one of these trees, this node here, this is another resource node, this is the tree resource node, and it has 2 charges. Now this resource node, you're guaranteed 100% to get wood. You have a 15% chance to get the other items, the resin, that's the second item. The third item is the fabric, and the fourth item is the eggs, right? So those are the extra byproduct for the tree chopping, right? And then what's going to happen is one of the beavers will go over here, hit the tree. He harvests that one tree, and then the second tree, the second charge that gets removed will then remove the entire tree itself. So now when it says that he has a 10% chance of doubling their yield, well, normally you get 1 tree from this. And the second, the 10% chance, you might actually get two trees from it, right? Now that 10% chance also applies to whatever the secondary items are, right? So let's say you might get the resin, you might get eggs, you might get the fiber. So if the tree gets a double, you also get a double on the additional resources. So let me go ahead and continue. Now on this side here, I don't have any more beavers, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and just fill it up with humans. And for now, you see the humans don't have any extra bonuses, right? Because they're not proficient at woodcutting. I believe, yeah, if you roll your mouse over, yeah, so if you roll your mouse over at the top left corner for each of the species, it will show you what they are good at. Proficiency and comfort. The first one is proficiency. The second one is comfort. And if you read the description, it actually kind of tells you they're good at farming and they really enjoy drinking beer. So that means they're going to be happy working in a building that's got that beer icon. The beavers are, really proficient. They're good at the wood cutting, so they're going to give 10% chance to earning whatever that extra yield is. Humans, 10% extra chance at farming. And then the lizards, if they work on anything that's got meat products, right, that they will have a 10% chance of earning double yield for meat products. And then that little icon, that little fire icon out there, that's a comfort icon. So when you look at the hearth and it says specialization bonus, this bonus here basically gives the lizards an extra bonus in addition to their firekeeper's bonus, right? So their firekeeper bonus, as you can read down below, says lizard firekeepers are very adept at ancient rites, +1 to global resolve. You can change this, right? Let's see here, I'll show you really quickly, to be any other species you want. Now, if you click on the humans and roll your mouse over it, this is the only way you can actually tell what their abilities are. The developers, I actually gave them suggestions on adding like the icons for each of the species' faces so you can roll over it to give you information, but I guess that didn't make it into the feedback. But hopefully they'll add that someday. Because when you roll your mouse over these things, they actually don't tell you what the abilities are. And the only way you'll find out what their abilities are is by testing it out, filling in the spots. So right now, let's go ahead and look at the human's ability. So the human has an ability called the Beacon. Human firekeepers create a special link with the Citadel. Impatience grows 25% slower. So what that means is, and it also shows up at the bottom, the left-hand corner here, the perks. So whenever you change this around, the perk that you have for the map gets changed related to the firekeeper, right? So here, when we had the lizard, you roll your mouse over here, it says everybody in the village gets +1 global resolve. So the resolve is actually the little number, the green numbers here, right? So this, if you roll your mouse over it, it actually tells you resolve. I'm not going to go over these numbers right now because it's not important to explain on the first tutorial. I will explain it to you on the next map because it's going to unlock the rest of the stuff. For now, I just want to point out everything that's available to you to understand on the first page or the first tutorial, right? So here, if you change this now to the beaver, oh yeah, so let me go back to showing you what that human ability means, right? So the impatient right now currently grows at 0.15. If you swap this out to the human ability, right? And you see how down below the human's ability now, or the human's ability applied the queen's impatient per minute, it dropped to 0.11. That's because you now have that minus that 25% impatient speed reduction, whatever, right? So if you look at also the resolve, you see how that it shows 8 down to 4, or down to 5, 11 down to 1, 16 down to 15. That's because I just swapped out the lizard, right? That global resolve basically is adding to the human, the beaver, and the lizards. Now the lizard also got that +5. That one lizard got that +5. That's why he actually is all the way at 8, but I switch back to the humans, you'll see he drops down to 5. So he's actually losing his +1, and he's also losing additional bonus because he's not getting that special bonus here, the comfortable bonus. All right, so next one here is the Beaver. So the Beaver special ability here, he has the ability to reduce the fuel consumption. You can roll your mouse over here or over here. It's the same thing. It says fuel consumption in hearths is decreased by 20%. So at the beginning of the game, in the tutorial, the envoy said, hey, you need to make sure you got to keep the fire going at all times. So right here, currently it's using wood to keep the fire going. This is the allowed fuel. I have, at the start of the game, you're going to get all of these enabled, okay? So that is on by default when you first start the tutorial, the game for the first time. I don't want to use these other resources, right? Or make it available for the Firekeeper to take. So I prefer having wood as my starting resource. I don't want them to touch any of these other stuff. So they'll take whatever resource that's available to them and they'll use it. And sometimes it's random, sometimes it's based on the priority. So if you choose the priority, say you can't do it right now, but later you'll have the option to change priorities. So if you have like something as a priority 2 and then a 2, then these two will be used as priority, and it'll be random between the two, whichever is available. So let's say this is not available, they might end up using this, or they'll randomly pull it in some round robin fashion. All right, so I have mine selected as wood, and I highly recommend as a tip to go into the options under gameplay. I believe it might be gameplay, right? Yeah, under gameplay, you have the option to choose which one you want to enable by default. So I highly recommend as a tip to go in and click on allow fuel by default wood, and then uncheck all of these things. So that'll save you time, because back in the days, what I used to do, the first thing I did was I had to uncheck all of this and then only enable this. Now that they have that in the options, you don't have to always do that. All right, so that is a little overview about the Firekeeper, their special abilities, how the Beavers will save you fuel. I personally prefer using humans as my main, because that slows down the impatient. That gives you more time to win the game. So out of the 3 guys here, the humans is really the best. Now, in certain situations, the second best, in my opinion, is the Beavers, because fuel is very also important in the game, and certain maps are easier than others to gather trees. So fuel is very, very important. So having Beavers in the hearth can reduce your fuel consumption, and at the same time reduce your wood consumption, allowing you to do other things with wood. All right, so that is a little gist here. Now, when would you use the lizard? Okay, since you're asking, well, why are these two the best? When would you use the lizard? Okay, so the lizard, the reason why that you don't want to use the lizard right now is because you can't get any resolve gains. The best time to use lizards is that if your resolve is near 0 or at 0, right? And they're about to leave, 0 or less, then you want to put the lizard in the hearth so you get above 0. Because when they go down to 0, they're going to leave the town because their resolve is low. But if your town is not turning, or your villagers aren't turning blue, there's a blue number, these greens turn blue, it basically means they're happy. If you can't make people happy with the lizard on the hearth, right, then there's no reason to have the lizard on the hearth. The only time that you want to use the lizards is if you're in danger of having red numbers, right? So just to make it easy for you guys to understand, right? Whenever your villager's having red numbers, it might be a wise idea to consider using lizards to help get out of the red. And if the lizards don't help your numbers go blue, that's happy state, then it's not important to use the lizards. All right, that's just an easy, simple way to explain the best time to use lizards. All right, so let's go back to the humans so we can slow down the impatience, giving us more time, and then we'll continue. Bran asks, is it worth switching to coal if you have, say, a kiln at the start of the game? Yes, actually. If you have some other means to get coal, then it's a good idea to use coal at the start of the game and then change the priority. I don't have priorities here, okay? So, okay, all right, so why... Here's the other question that usually people ask. Why do you take off these particular resources off, right? And why do you always, you know, enable wood as the default? Well, wood is an abundance, a renewable resource almost renewable, right? I mean, it could go out if you chop all the trees on this map, right? It's not renewable. It is finite, but there is a large abundance of it that you'll probably never run out of wood. Okay, so that is something I want to point out, right? It's not renewable, and it is not infinite because there is a limited number of trees in the whole entire map. So this is the entire world. So let me go ahead and scroll around to show you. At the tutorial, they gave you a tiny little map, and you're on an island, right? And once all the trees are gone, which will almost never happen in any given game, right? Unless you actually continue playing the game after you win. So yes, you could play this game like a normal city builder after you win and continue decorating the you know, your village, you know, play whatever, because the queen's impatient will completely stop. You can't lose because you've already won. So a lot of players come into this game going, oh, this is not a regular city builder or whatever. How do I get more population counts increase, and how do I just continue playing infinitely? You can do that, but you have to win first. There are other ways to play the game, like the expedition mode or whatever it is, but I'm just gonna at least tell you that you could, if you wanted to, play this like a normal city builder only after you win. And then you'll end up exhausting the entire tree. But on a normal given playthrough, you're never gonna exhaust all the trees, right? So the feel, though, this is a resource that's very hard to come by, especially on this map, because there are no coal mines or coal nodes, with the exception of drill, that might splatter and give you a coal. But on this particular map, let's see if there's any, it shows you anything. Okay, so in the tutorial, it doesn't actually show you the stuff, but if you hit escape, it'll tell you like what's available on this map. So coal is hard to come by, and the other resources are also hard to come by, right? And because they're hard to come by, and you may need the coal for whatever reason, sometimes you might need the coal to solve a quest or an event, or one of the queen's orders, right? So that's why you want to disable the coal, right? Otherwise, if you burn all the coal and then later you get like an order, for example, that says, hey, turn in 20 coal, build X number of resources, building materials or something like that, right? You'll need that coal, right? So that's the reason why you take it off. Now, Bran just asked, hey, what if I have a kiln? Well, if you have a kiln, which is a building that allows you to make coal, then you don't have to worry about coal, because then you can then enable coal and use it because you have a building that can make it, right? Same goes with oil, right? Now, the other resource here, sea marrow, that's not something you can make. It's something that you have to find, and it actually even says that, right? Obtained by. Right? So if you roll your mouse over, it actually tells you how you get these things, right? From the kiln, the mine, the oven, fuel, or the oil. These are the buildings that will make it. Now, when you do these rollovers, notice that these buildings that's highlighted, or that's shown here, is listed here, they're white. White means you don't actually have access to it right now, right? It's only giving you an overview of all the possible buildings that could make it. And the star level is the efficiency level in terms of producing those things, right? The kiln is the highest star level, right? The oven is the lowest, right? So that's just to answer Bran's question there. All right, so let's go ahead and continue. Okay, just thought about the conversion rate. If you save wood by doing it, you use overall less resources to burn. Yes, that is correct, Bran. So yeah, so if you do happen to have a way to make the coal and kiln, which was the thing that we were just talking about, that he mentioned, the 3-star is the most efficient use of the kiln. What it does is just takes wood and converts it to coal. So it's very, very highly recommended to enable coal if you have a kiln, and then use it as a priority resource. If you change the priority later, it will take coal first before using the wood. So yeah, I don't have any coal, so I'm going to take that off. All right, so Lost asks, Ron, I have a question. What's the difference, if any, between Queen's Hand and the regular Against the Storm? All right, so the Queen Hands mode is the hardest difficulty in the game, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, or the start of this video guide. It is a mode that you can only unlock through completing the Adamantine Seal. So the version I'm playing right now, the regular game of Against the Storm, it's basically the regular runs, and you have to increase your difficulty to complete the Adamantine Seal. And once you complete the Adamantine Seal, it just unlocks a new mode. The Queen Hands mode is basically, at the end of the day, a permadeath Iron Man mode challenge where you get a complete Citadel wipe. You have to play on the highest difficulty. At the same time, you have to pick and choose certain upgrades, and you're only limited with a certain amount of upgrades. And then at any point that you fail, the whole thing is wiped and reset, and all your progress are gone, and you have to start over. That's what Iron Man mode is. It's permadeath, right? You lose, everything's gone. That's only on the Queen Hands profile. It does not affect your main profile. It does not affect all the things that you've built up to get to the Queen's Hand. All right, so let's continue. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, go ahead and feel free to ask me, because this is, the live full walkthrough guide for new players. And then Fat Boy asked, what's new with the full release? The full release basically added the Queen Hands mode trial, which is something that you can actually watch on my YouTube channel, because the developer and the publisher recently created an event for 13 content creators to compete playing the Queen Hands trial, which is the brand new mode that's in the version 1.0 release. There was also a press release version of the Queen Hands mode trial that was released last week before the event. And with that press release version, only certain people who completed the Adamantine Seal was able to get access to the Queen Hands trial. I believe there was only like 2 creators who was able to, play that. I, of course, was able to play it, and I also won last week during the press release version. So that VOD is also on my YouTube channel. If you guys want to know how to play the Queen Hands trial, if you're, a veteran, you already know how to play the game, you just want to know everything about the Queen Hands trial, check out my VOD on YouTube for the Queen Hands trial press version, and also the Queen Hands trial event that I actually completed in one go, and I won the event as the number 1 Queen Hand. All right, so the other thing that I usually like to do at the start of the game, after setting up everything with the woodcutter, right? I like to lay out my roads, so that way the extra builders here can do something and make things faster. So here's another trick, right? So remember how I told you that you can move things for free and then you've assigned your workers? Well, here, when you have a worker in your woodcutter's camp and they're spinning, right, that means they're working. It takes them a little while to gather. So if you roll your mouse over, it tells you what they're doing. They're gathering, and this little green icon is an indicator for them gathering, how long it takes them to gather. This icon indicates what they're doing. They're going to the resource node, right? So what I normally do is I wait until they until they finish their task before moving the building, right? So let's say I want to move this building now, but they're in the middle, there's people in there in the middle of doing things. I don't want to move this right away, because if I move this now, this will cancel the action, right? So he's currently chopping this tree. I don't want to have to cancel this, so I'm not going to move it. So what I generally do is wait until he's done, like this. And then this guy's already there. He's also working on it. So I'm going to wait until he's also done. All right, so these two guys now are done. And they're now in the middle of taking the resources back, right, to the internal storage. This is the internal storage. So what will happen is they'll go to the node, they'll gather whatever it is that they're doing, and then they'll bring it back to the internal storage. The internal storage here is 10, right? Here's a trick, right? Wait until they're done. You can move for free. So use your hotkey V to move, or click on this, right? And then you can move it over here. Let's say I want them to work on this section first, or next, right? You go like this. This will teleport the goods to the internal storage. So this guy right here, let me cancel this a little bit. So let me click on this for a second. This right here, he just finished chopping the tree, or one of these guys, right? Or this guy right here, he's in the middle of bringing it back, right? You can actually literally see it. So when you lift this up and move it, oh shit, oh shit, I accidentally hit the wrong one. I hit deactivate. So sorry, I couldn't show that to you. Let me see if I can do it on this one. Let me show you on this one. But okay, so when you hit the deactivate though, it did actually automatically teleport the goods into the warehouse. So that did work. So whatever he was carrying, it just automatically teleported. It ejected them from the warehouse too. So that was kind of interesting, right? So I'm gonna put this back and let them work on it. Let me show you the example here, right? So this chick here is delivering it back to the warehouse. It'll tell you delivery in progress. This chick here is cutting the tree. That's her right here in the tree right now, because that you can tell. And this chick right here is the one that's gathering, right? You'll see. So she's taking, not gathering, she's delivering, right? This one right here is taking this from the internal storage and putting it into the warehouse. You see that? So then this chick here is in the middle of taking the one tree. She's chopping it right there. You see now, okay, so here I'm going to try to show you the trick. So she's now trying to walk back to this camp. I'm going to click on this move or the V key. Normally you'll see me do the V key, but for this tutorial, I'll show you that I clicked on the move key. Now, let's say I want to chop this section over here, right? Watch what happens when this 3 here. Now, this chick here is taking the 1 to the warehouse, so that is going to go back to this. That resets it. But when I go like this, see how this chick here no longer is carrying the wood. It's invisible. It automatically teleports it to the internal storage over here, right? And so that's one way to kind of like move things around really quickly. And so now they're going to go this direction, and then the storage here, both of them will continue working here. So with the woodcutter, they need instructions on what to do. And right now in the tutorial, it's locked for now, and it's set to fell all trees. So what fell all trees mean is they'll just chop every tree that they see, including the ones that will open the glade, because I don't have the option set. And then you can do it, what you can do is you can also mark your trees. So this button right here down the bottom right here with the plus symbol, it says mark tree for harvesting, or hit the F key. Useful when trying to carve a path to nearby glades. So one of the tricks that most players don't know. Hey, Fema, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. So the trick here is what people don't, or what people usually miss, because when they watch my stream, and they'll see that I can do this, right? First of all, what does this do, right? So this, when you click on it, it highlights trees to chop. So that means the woodcutter here will chop anything that's highlighted in yellow as a first priority preference, and then if they have nothing to do, and if you're enabled as fell all trees, they'll chop whatever that's not highlighted. Hey, thank you for that follow there, Evil. Alright, so if you undo all this, right, let me do that, which is the minus, right, that just basically unhighlights it. If you click on this, and while holding the shift key, because it actually says it right here, hold shift for a smaller marker. So if you hold shift and click on this, you now have a smaller circle. See that? I'm actually holding shift and letting go at the same time. So if you let go, it's a bigger one. And if you hold shift, it goes with a smaller one. That allows you to target and mark certain trees, right? Instead of like getting a big group, right? So that's another little trick here. And then if you hold shift while doing this, it also deselects it, right? All right, so the other thing too is that I want to point out is the other option, hold control to exclude trees on the edge of glades. Hold alt to clear marked trees instead, right? So if you hold control and go like this, right? What it does is it will exclude the trees that will open into the fog of war. So the very last tree that opens into this will not be marked. Now the game does have a weird mechanic where the diagonal trees are ignored. I've reported this to the developers. They've said that it is for an aesthetic reason that they are ignoring that rule. I don't agree with it, but I don't want to go into that right now, and I'll explain to that in the future once we need to get to that point. All right, so let me go ahead and continue doing this. Useless Emperor, hey, welcome back. Thank you for hanging out. All right, so here I'm gonna go ahead and moving goods to the warehouse. Yeah, I'm gonna wait until that guy's done. Now I'm gonna move this over here. So, all right, so here's the thing. You guys will notice that I will always click on these woodcutters camp before moving. I always have this screen visible to me before actually hitting my V key and moving it, because I want to know the status of all my workers here. There is another key that shows all your workers, right? You can actually manipulate assigning workers around. A lot of players will sometimes see me do the moves and the manipulation of the workers in the in this screen here, and they're always asking me, why aren't you using the tab or the alt key or whatever the key is, right? It's called the workers overlay key. Yes, I am aware of the workers overlay key. The workers overlay key shows you all the workers, and yes, you could go like this and take them out. You could transfer the beavers over to this one like that, right? Yes, you could do all this. And players are wondering why I don't use the workers overlay key or the workers overlay screen. Okay, the first reason is that if you look at the workers overlay screen, so let's go ahead and unpause, and I'll let them start working. Okay, so here you'll see that the guy is spinning his wheel, right? And if you don't have, that building open, you wouldn't know that he's actually working on it. And if you use the workers overlay screen like this, you can't tell he's actually in the middle of cutting the tree, right? This is very important, guys, for later when you actually do get into the whole thing about, micromanaging your workers. If you don't see them doing this, right, and you accidentally go like this, right, and then moving him over, okay, so the middle mouse button, by the way, also changes the workers, right? So you can actually change what worker that you want to move. So you take that guy off and then you move him over here, right? And then you go back and look at it. Well, you didn't get the wood. He was in the middle of chopping the wood. And there are buildings that will take like a minute and a half to complete. And if you're using the workers overlay and you're like 1 second away from finishing the task, and then you're using the workers overlay to move people around, you just screwed yourself over because you wasted a minute and a half almost, right, moving the guy. So whenever I get somebody go, oh, why aren't you using a workers overlay, right? It's because you can possibly screw up and lose a minute and a half's work of work and lose out on potential resources, right? And the other thing too is that the calculation for the double chance yield is at the start of the work. So the 10% chance of getting double yield is start at the beginning. And if you take that guy off and he's about to finish and you actually banked already your 10% yield chance, you might have already lost out getting double resources. So that's another little thing that I wanted to point out is be careful. So whenever I move something around, or whenever I decide to take somebody off their job, I want to look at the screen and make sure that they are not in the middle of something. And just for your information on what the workers overlay is, there is a key binding, and we'll scroll down to it. I actually have mine rebound. It's not the alt key. The default is the alt key. I have mine set to the tab. The tab key is normally set to the Rainpunk overlay, but there's a weird thing about the tab key, and I don't want to get into that. But there's a reason why I remapped it. All right, let's go ahead and continue with this, okay? In the tutorials, you will have a thing called orders, right? At the start, they'll say, hey, you know, click on this for the orders. This is the order key, a T. And the first order that you get is basically called Woodcutter's Camp, build 2 Woodcutter's Camp, and then gather 10 wood. And down here, you get a reward, set of rewards. So you'll get 3 more beavers to show up in your village. You'll get a perk, which is called a cornerstone, that will give you 35% faster woodcutting. And then you're going to get a reputation gain, which is 1 point. And when you complete your order, you click on deliver, and then you get that reward. So let's go ahead and deliver this now, but I'll give you some tips later on why you don't want to do this. But in the tutorial, you can't do some of these tricks and tips because it's kind of gated. So let's go ahead and click on this for now. All right, so the way the tutorial works is that they only give you orders one at a time as you unlock it. But when you play a normal town, you'll be given choices on your orders. And the orders are actually given to you based on a certain number of time that has passed since the start of your settlement. But for the tutorial, it'll unlock as soon as you complete some of these orders. So let me go ahead and take a look at this. Now this new order says open 2 glades and then have 5 beavers assigned to the woodcutters camp. So when you do that and complete it, you'll get humans, 3 more humans to show up, and then you also get meat. Let's go ahead and close this out. So that little perk that I got as a reward, it now shows up at the bottom left-hand corner. It's called Reinforced Axes, and you can see here the perk. It's now at the bottom right corner. So all the buildings that get that perk will now show up. So in this case, the woodcutters will have the Woodcutters Reinforced Axes perk. Hey, thank you for that follow, Realist. All right, so here it wants us to have 2 glades open, and then it also wants us to have 5 beavers total. You can also check this and uncheck this to get it tracked. So this blue here is a way to track your orders to make it appear here, right? Winning, losing, I don't need to read all this because I'm actually giving you the full walkthrough, right? You guys can read all this whenever you want. I'm gonna go ahead and close this. And then here it says choose a blueprint. And so if you notice that down at the bottom, I had 0 reputation, and that reputation now moved up this direction. Whenever you earn a full reputation, the Queen's Impatient will drop by that same number of reputation that you've earned. So you've earned 1 point, she drops a full 1 point down. So yeah, if you noticed earlier, right before I did that, the Impatient was higher than 0. Now, there are other mechanics in the game that modifies this, but for all intents and purposes, at the base level, the reputation moves 1 point to the left, Queen Impatience points go down to the left as well by 1 point, right? So I don't want to get into the other stuff, other modifiers that will change this behavior, but that's all you need to know right now is earning reputations will help you get out of the Queen's Impatient situation. All right, so now it says click on a blueprint, choose a blueprint. Well, we don't necessarily choose, right, because this is the tutorial, but there's only one to take, so we'll take this. Your renown grows. You can now choose from one of the available blueprints that the Queen offers you, right? So the tutorial could be improved a little bit. It should just say pick the following down below, right? You can now choose from one of the available blueprints, right? Well, There's only one to choose from. There's no choice here. You have to take it. So let's go ahead and take it. All right, so what that does is now it gives you a shelter home, and that is an essential building that now shows up here down at the housing icon. So down here, now you've got camps, you've got housing, right? So let's go ahead and click on housing. These are things that you can build along the bottom, basically. And they're organized into different categories. So shelter is inside the housing category. Now, the other thing, too, I forgot to mention at the top of the screen, so I can walk through some of the UIs. I kind of ignored some of this right now because I will show you this later. I don't want to overwhelm you too much about this stuff right now at the top here. So now that we're at the housing situation, the top left corner here indicates your total population. So that matches these icons down here individually. So we now have 3 humans, we have 6 beavers, we have 3 lizards. A total of 12. This is your entire population. So if you had 6, 3, 3, that's 12. This is the total number of available builders, right? If they're not working, they're builders. That's pretty much how the game mechanic works. If you don't have them assigned anything, then that means they're just builders. And builders will be able to do anything that you've created or outlined, placed down for construction. All right, so it also further breaks it down and says, hey, which one of these are the builders? So right now we don't have any human builders. We have beaver builders and we have lizard builders. All the humans are already tasked with something to do. The third icon is the homeless icon, which is, you can indicate the slash through the housing, right? So we have 12 people. That's homeless. That's 12 people in our population. So that indicates, like, all the humans are homeless, all the beavers and all the foxes are homeless, and then they just gave us the housing option. So now we can build a shelter, and the shelter costs 10 wood. So I generally like to create a layout this way. Normally I prefer putting my housing in front of the hearth like this. And this is just my layout. You guys don't have to follow my layout because I'm kind of OCD on how I do my layout for my city. But sometimes it's a good idea, and a lot of other players do this instead, and I'll show you. And which is not a bad idea. I don't do it only because I don't see the value in it that much over my OCD. But when the villagers go on break, they generally tend to stand in front of the hearth, right? Or somewhere around the hearth. And so if you have a, road right in front of the hearth, it makes it slightly easier, slightly faster, but not that big of a deal, where they will actually hang out in the front and they can walk around it like this. And so some players like to put a full road around the hearth. I don't, because my OCD just doesn't like that. I like to organize my buildings in such a fashion that everything fits in a nice little grid. And the reason for this is because I like to have a 6-tile spacing this direction, because a lot of buildings are in a 3x3 foundation, and this here fits exactly a 2x2 foundation. But the villagers sometimes might hang out on the side, and if you don't have roads, it's no big deal. Roads is just a 5% walk speed. That's all it is. But I prefer placing my housing in front of this because it's a 2x2. So yeah, let's continue. So they want 5 beavers total. So let me go ahead and take this out. So this girl is already spinning, so I'm not gonna take her out. And I'm gonna put the beaver here. And then see how she's done, right? She's carrying it. She's gonna carry it from wherever she is. You can go like this, and it automatically teleports it. And you can notice how she was carrying one item. The additional charges or the double chance yield. So basically she got a double chance yield on getting the 2, right? So she somehow produced an extra piece of wood that actually got teleported, and you don't actually know what that extra yield is, right? When they're carrying it, and when you right click off of it, it teleports it in. So she might have gotten resin, she might have gotten eggs, and if you kick her out and it teleports it into the internal storage, you basically saved yourself a bunch of time because you don't actually have to wait for her to carry it and walk all the way back to that camp. Those are tiny little levels of micro management that you could do. I'm not gonna go through all of that, but so now you can assign the beavers, right? And then it gets assigned, and then you click on this. I'm gonna assign another beaver here, and that completes my beaver task. And now it says it wants me to open 2 glades. These here are considered glades. Give me a second here. I'm gonna drink my water. All right, so the glades are covered up in a fog of war. And this is a fog, basically. And the fog hides whatever content is inside that glade. So the task is to cut through a glade. So let's go ahead and open this glade here. And I'm going to use the shift key to change my my highlight. And I'm going to cut through this as a marker. And I'm going to cut through this as a marker. So it will only take 2 trees to get into these glades. And then I'm going to lift this up with a V key, and I'm going to relocate it. And as I mentioned, it's free to move. So you'll want to do this a lot when you're playing the game, because you want to be able to, you know, use your V key and move them around. Okay, so I'm going to show you another trick. So here you see that I'm building the shelter homes, right? And, you know, I'm dropping down my roads, right? So I used to click on this and always click on the pathing, right? And going like this or whatever and choosing it, right? And it's slightly tedious to always have to click on this. So the trick here is, well, how do you extend the roads? How do you get more roads placed down really quickly? The hotkey, the trick here is to hold the shift key while your mouse is rolled over a building, any building that you want to clone. This is basically a clone feature, or a clone task. So if I want more roads, hold down the shift key while having your mouse hovered over the road like this, right? So I just basically, it's not hold, it hit the shift key. So I just basically hit the shift key here, and now I get the road as my task, right? Like that. So let's say I want more woodcutters camp, right? So if you roll your mouse over the woodcutters camp like this, and then hit the shift key once, you don't have to hold it, it now clones the order saying, hey, I want to make another woodcutters camp, and I can place it right over here, like that. So that's a little trick here. If you want to make more things really fast, you can just roll your mouse over the building that you want and hit shift. So here, let's say I want more shelter. I hit the shift, boom, right? That's a way to get more quickly without having to go through this menu bar system. Tiny little trick there. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and speed this up and complete the task. All right, so this here is considered a glade. As you notice, we completed our first out of 2. And if you roll your mouse over, the first time you open a glade, it'll give you a little icon here, right? This is a summary icon of everything that's currently in that glade. And that icon has a little green spinning wheel. It's basically just a cooldown showing you, hey, you know, our summary screen is going to go away. You can right-click to dismiss it, or you can roll your mouse over it to see what's in there. It's very useful, actually, to look at the summary, because if you dismiss it, you'll lose some of the event information, and you'll have to look at the glade carefully after that to see what's actually in there in terms of events. But if you happen to need to know what the resources are, you actually can hit the B key. Remember at the beginning of the tutorial, I told you about the B key, the resource overlay key, right? You can hit that and see what's in that glade. So that's another little trick there. So this one has 2 eggs and then 2 roots. Q from Factorial is more intuitive. Huh. Alright, so here's another one. So this glade only has 3 root nodes, and they each have 15 charges. I'm going to right-click that, and you hit the B key again, and you see there's 3 there to verify, right? And each one has 15 charges, right? Alright, so let's continue. So now I've opened the glades. Now, here's the other thing, too, that I want to point out as a tip, okay? Because it's very easy to screw up this sometimes, or this could kind of hurt you. The orders here on the top right, and see how the blue check mark is there? It means that you completed the order. You can turn in your order by clicking on this. If you roll your mouse over, it'll tell you the rewards that you get for delivering it, right? You could do this like this, right? Instead of going directly to the screen and hitting deliver. The reason why I'm pointing this out to you guys is that sometimes you might not want to immediately turn in your orders, and if you accidentally click somewhere on the screen here near that, or when you have something open like this, and then for some reason that you're clicking on off the screen like this, you know, right click off the screen, you could accidentally hit that turn in order, and there are reasons why you don't want to turn in orders right away. And be very careful about that. I've screwed up certain times turning in an order accidentally because I accidentally clicked somewhere on the right-hand side near one of those blue icons. And that is something that has really killed one of my runs before in the past. I don't want to get into reasons why you might want to save your orders for later, because that's an advanced trick. But for now, just keep that in mind. If you get orders and you completed them, and you don't want to turn it in or have it stick on the screen, uncheck it after you complete it. And then that way you don't accidentally deliver it by mistake. Just a little tip there. You'll understand what I'm talking about later down the road when I talk about reasons why you don't want to turn in your orders. So this new order here says, build a small forger's camp. This one here is produce. And this icon is generally associated to gather and produce, right? This little wheel, cogwheel icon. This one here is just basically have a small forger's camp. It actually doesn't tell you anything, but it just basically means you need to build a small forger's camp and have it in your city. That's what this whole icon means. It actually doesn't say it, you know, build small forger's camp, but that's what it means right there. It says it wants 1 small forger's camp. And then for a reward, it says, hey, if you gather the 5 veggies and have that small forger's camp, we're going to give you a new perk that gives you +1 additional production yield, right? And it says production yields from gathering, farming, and production. Okay, so let me also point out in this little perk here, because a lot of times people ask, you know, does this +1 apply to any other benefits in the game, such as, well, in this case, the game does not currently have a gain veggies per minute, but I'll point that out once we get something else that does have a per minute association to it. All right, so let's go ahead and click on this, and this is the only option, right? Choose a blueprint, right? So we'll take this, and then if you notice, right, we turned in two items. They gave us 2 reps. So we're now on the second one. Let's go ahead and build the camp. And as I mentioned to you, right, you want to build it right next to the warehouse or near the warehouse. And see, in this case, right, if you roll your mouse over, it costs 10. In this case, it costs 3. On the higher difficulty levels, it will cost 15 and 5. Right now, it costs 10 and 3. So, as I mentioned to you, right, you want to put this right next to your warehouse because the travel time is short, right? Let's say you happen to have, you know, something over here, right? You want to harvest these roots, right? If you click on this, right, it actually will say, hey, this requires a forger's camp. If you click on the veggies node, right, it says, hey, this requires a forger's camp. So if you wanted to build a forger's camp, let me go ahead and delete this, right? Just as a trick, another trick. You click on the veggies node. It says, hey, gather, 5 veggies. So click on the veggies like this. And if the veggies happen to be all the way over here or something like that, right? You can just click on it because you might not know what you need for the veggies, right? So if you click on it, you can actually click on the icon down here and it'll immediately go switch over to say, hey, I'm going to build this, right? That's the same thing as going down here. So that's another trick. If you don't know what building to use, just click on the resource node and then click off of that building like this. Now that you've got that building in your hand and decide where you want to place it, as I mentioned to you earlier, it is not wise, right? Let's say if you want it to go over here, right? This small fortress camp can gather roots, grains, and veggies. So it's not a wise idea to go like this. Remember how I told you early in the game, you drop this down next to this. And so I want to put a fortress camp. I want to harvest this, right? Don't do this. This is a newbie mistake, right? Because now the workers have to travel. Let's say you only have one worker, right? One builder. If you only have one builder, he's going to have to go back 3 times at least to gather the wood going from the warehouse to this spot here, right? Because current carrying capacity is 5. So he has to carry 5 wood over this, walk back to the warehouse, bring 5 more wood over here, walk back to the warehouse, and then bring 3 parts over here. And then he builds this building, and then, then you assign somebody to go in there, right? So to avoid that inefficiency, you could do something like this. Let me move that guy over here. And you saw how I waited until he was done before moving him. So you could do something like this instead, right? And put it right next to the warehouse, so that way the workers only have to go back and forth between this right here. And it was very quick, right? So in a normal situation, if your veggies was all the way over here and you just drop down your fortress camp here, it's going to take you about 3 minutes probably, or 2 minutes. Well, I wouldn't say that long, maybe like a minute, to get your fortress camp up and running. And that's just a huge waste of time. So now they'll build that. So here's the other thing too, is you don't want to do anything in this process. Let them finish first, because otherwise you could cancel them from finishing. All right, so now that you've got your camp up, you can now click on this and then move it over here, for example, and then assign your workers, right? And then they'll go over there and work on it. But we want the veggies, so let me go ahead and move it over here and move it next to the veggies. So the best thing to do is get it close to the node that you're trying to harvest or gather. And again, this here has a specialization of human proficiency. So that means they have a 10% chance of producing double yield. So, okay, so how does that work? There's currently 15 charges on one of these veggies. It has a byproduct of 30 insects. Thank you for that follow. So you have a 30% chance of also getting insects when you harvest one of the charges. So there are currently 7 charges right now for the veggies. So here's another tip and trick for you guys. If you want this one first, notice there's a priority, right? You can actually change this priority and say, hey, I want this. You can change it to the highest priority. You don't actually have to go up to 5. You can just go up by 1, right? So they're all 0 priorities to default. If you want this one priority, you go up an arrow. So that means this guy will go and take this guy first. There are reasons later in the game why you might want a certain node to be harvested first. Let's say you just want this to be cleared first because it's in the middle of your road and you have OCD like me and you're like, oh god, I just want to get that out of the way. This is a reason why you want to change your priority, right? There are other reasons later in the road, in the game. I don't want to go into those reasons, but just as a little tip, you can change your priorities to that one, right? So here's another tiny little trick, right? If you hold the shift key, right? Hold the shift key. See how it actually tells you this? A lot of people don't know this. Hold the shift key to set a priority for all the resource nodes of that type. Now, why does that matter, right? So the fortress camp can take roots, and then they can take veggies. So let's say you happen to have your fortress camp like somewhere near here, like this, right? Well, assuming that the tree is out of the way. Well, let's say if the tree is out of the way, right? And your camp happens to overlap 2 nodes that they can harvest, right? And you go, well, I want them to get the veggies first, and then I want them to get the roots second. So in this situation, you go, well, okay, well, I want to get all my veggies first. So you can go like this, right? Hold the shift. Now you can see all of these guys have a priority of 2, right? And then you can go like shift on this and go priority 1, right? And then if you happen to have like another node, like a grain node somewhere else, you can change that priority as well. So that's just another tip here is if you wanted to get your priorities for all the nodes, it's hold the shift, right? So that's another little trick there. All right, so another explanation here about the charges. So what does it mean for double chance yield? All right, this is also very important because a common question that people ask about game mechanics. So if she happens to do a double yield, like proc her 10% chance of getting an extra yield, do I lose the charge? No, you do not lose the charge. So let's say I only have 1. Let's put 1 in here only for now, okay? And then we do this one over here, okay? So that way I can show you what's going on with 1 person. When you click on it, right, the calculation for that double chance yield is actually already calculated at the start of the spin. Okay, so this is when you actually get the 10% chance. So let's say later down the road, when you upgrade your hearth to get a double chance yield or something like that, right? And you suddenly increase your yield, or you got a new perk that says, oh, everyone gets like a 10% yield chance, right? That 10% that you just earned after does not apply now, right? So let's say you get another perk that goes, oh, you've earned that 1 plus 1 right over here, right? That is not applied while she's spinning. It's only done at the beginning. So if you just got your perk for an extra 10%, then you want to cancel this and then click on it again. So that way you now have a 20% chance rather than just a 10. And the full upgrade here will normally give you an extra percentage yield, right? See how it says like, 10% higher chance of producing double yield? Once you get that perk, that's applied after she's already spun. So, is after. So the calculations will ignore what you just gained. So make sure that you get the perk first before she actually works. All right, so now you spin. You see, so here it says she's taking 1 charge, or one veggie, and that 1 veggie is removed now from this 1 charge. But if she happens to do her double chance yield, right, and you'll see that in a second if that is the case, the charge does not get removed twice. You're only losing 1 charge. And that's the important part here that I wanted just to cover. All right, she only got 1. See how she also got the insects? That's because this map has, or this node has a 30% chance of getting insects. That's as a byproduct. And then you can take a look at this. You see how it went down to 14 out of 15. So that's how the charge system works. Let's see if I can get another 2 here so that way you can see. Nope, not happening. Let me go ahead and increase the speed here. And put 2 people on there. She's on coffee break. Let's see if we can get another double chance yield. It'll show you. Usually when you get your double chance yield, it'll like do an X2. And if you happen to get an X2, there you go, X2, right? So now she's carrying back the 2, but the charge actually doesn't take 2 away from that, right? It only takes 1. So that means we've done 3. Let me cancel this. 3. And then 2. That's 5. And then if you look at this, it's not 5. You see that? You can actually teleport this back to the warehouse. So let's say you want to deliver all this faster, right? You can go like this. Right? It just teleports it right back to the warehouse. And then what you can also do with micromanagement, right? You can actually take this off and then find another worker that's near the warehouse. Let's say you just take all the beavers off, for example, right? This guy happens to be near the warehouse. You can actually assign a beaver here, and he'll just walk right over here instead, and deliver it for you. Right? So that trick is really nice, because if you don't have like a small warehouse all the way over here somewhere, let's say the map is really big and you're working on harvesting something and you really need that veggie right away, you can just lift it up like that, click it over here, and then have another worker nearby that you can assign. For example, let's say, you know, if this happened to be like a lizard here, and you can actually take the lizard off, and there's no other lizard, you can actually just put the lizard here, and he'll walk right over here and transport it over the warehouse. So that's another little trick here for microing. All right, so now we have the small foragers camp done. We have the 5 veggies, and here you can see that the Queen's Impatient is 0.31. We are now only at 2 reputation points. If I turn this in, we'll get the +1 reward. You'll see that the impatient here goes to the left, right? The reputation. Okay, so another tip here that I want to point out, okay, just a little tip. In the tutorial, none of this really matters, okay? It's just because the tutorial is so easy. In some of the earlier games, it might not matter, but in the long term, when you do play on the higher difficulty, these little tips and details do matter. Because I explained to you that whenever you turn in the reputation point, you get 1 full reputation point gain. Whenever you hit one of these notches, right? These notches earn a full reputation. The queen, in return, lowers by 1 reputation matching that. So if your impatient point is now at 31, and I just told you that you get a 1 impatient reduction, it's kind of a bad idea to immediately turn it in. Remember how I said, like, when is a good time to turn in your quest, right? Well, you just wasted basically a 0.69 impatient growth because you turn it in early, right? Because if I turn this in now, this goes down to 0, but I don't go negative. Like, I don't go negative 0.69, right? You actually just go down to 0. So it's a good idea normally to wait to maximize your turn-in where the Queen's Impatient surpasses the full 1 point, because that buys you time. So the Queen's Impatient is per minute. So this is another little tip here is wait until you can maximize your turn-ins. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this in now, and you'll see that it drops. Right? It just drops down to 0. It doesn't go to negative. Right? I basically wasted a potential 4 minutes or 5 minutes of the Queen's Impatient that I could have gotten by waiting. Right? Will this be on YouTube or somewhere gotta run, but will be interesting stuff? Yes! Kermit the Frog. I will definitely have all my stream today, this live walkthrough guide on YouTube. So if you guys miss out any of this stuff, check out my YouTube channel, and you can actually get this information later at your leisure. All right, so that's another little tip there. All right, so let's go ahead and click on this. So now we get the Stonecutter's Camp as a blueprint. Let's go ahead and select that. And then it tells you, like, mark trees. Okay, so the alert says mark trees. Okay, so what it's just kind of saying, like, yo, you don't have anything marked for trees. It's just an alert. Go ahead and mark something, right? So what we'll do is we'll mark a bunch of stuff here. So that way that alert goes away. All right, now so shift click, right? Shift click. Not shift click, sorry. Roll over, shift key, not click. Just hit the shift key once, and you can clone your buildings like this. And I'm lift this guy over here. Lift this guy over here. And then that's how you can actually build these things really quickly without having to click on this, okay? Alright, so we still have 6 people that's homeless. These things house 3 people, that's fine. Okay, so another trick, a really good trick. You want to, because this probably is not enabled by default, you want to click on options for new players here. There is a thing that does auto pause. I think it's in gameplay. Auto pause, right? Always, and I will tell you, it's very important to have auto pause, because there are certain things in the game, with the exception of the no pause modifier world event. The auto pause is very useful for each of these things, especially at the start of the storm season. right? Because the mysteries will actually kick in at the start. But we're not going to do that. We don't get mysteries on the first map of the tutorial, but I just want to point out enable auto pause as another tip here. And so that way, whenever you get a new season, you can actually get that pause moment to remind you that you need to do something during that season. So, for example, you know, the auto pause of the drizzle season is useful because you might want to fill up your farm buildings later, or say during the clearance season. This is right now the clearance season, and the game. Oh yeah. I guess I didn't talk about the different seasons. The game has 3 different seasons in 1 year. Each season is roughly well, this one they happen to give it 4 minutes and 20 seconds, but on a normal playthrough, the base number of minutes per season is 4 minutes for drizzle, 4 minutes for clearance, 2 minutes for the storm. These are the base value in terms of how long these seasons last. All right, these seasons can be extended by perks and cornerstones. The storm can also be extended by difficulty levels, right? So I just want to at least point out that there are 3 seasons in the game. And having the auto pause at the beginning of each season lets you have time to sort of sort out your workers that's required for each season. All right, so this one says, hey, my forgers are done. Let me move this over here, take this guy out. It wants me now to build one stonecutter's camp and gather clay. This is pretty much exactly the same as the last one. So let's go ahead and build a stonecutter's camp. And whenever you build a building, right, it actually shows you where that resource is associated to that building. So even if you've already built the building, like in the case of the forger's camp, right, you can click on this and it'll automatically show you where all the resource nodes that's associated to this building, like what can you gather with that building that you clicked on. So clicking on this building will say, hey, you know, you can gather this and this and this, right? The roots or the veggies. Now, you can, like I said earlier, you can click on the node itself and then click on the building from here and then place the building somewhere near your warehouse. So that way the travel time is slow. All right, so let's go ahead and build the stonecutter's camp. And then, you know, so let's say if you happen to not know what resource is associated to the stonecutter's camp. So the reverse situation, right? So when you click on a node and you're like, oh, I don't know what's associated to this building, you click on it, it tells you. The reverse situation is if you click on a camp, right, to build, it will highlight what the resource nodes is good for that camp. So that's really nice there, is the reverse situation. But always build your camp next to your warehouse for the efficiency and travel time. And then you can also change the priorities of your construction. Go like this. So I want, you know, higher priority in case I have any other building that's got a lower priority set. And then we're going to go ahead and click this. And this one has no specialization bonus, so anyone can work in there. So I'll just go ahead and assign humans. And it just wants me to get 5 clay. Easy peasy, right? Oh, the other question that Kermit the Frog asks is it important which side is the door? Yes, it does, actually. In terms of the housing or in terms of the camps? In terms of the housing, there is no importance. These housing actually has a direction in terms of doors. So if you're building a house, it is not important what direction the door is. But for buildings that have, like, say, the camps or buildings that are productions, it is very important to have a certain direction facing the direction of either your resource or either your warehouse, right? So let's say here, okay, here's the other trick. Another trick here, a freebie trick. You could roll your mouse over buildings that have normally a move, right? That you can normally move. In the case of, say, the shelter, it costs 5 to move the shelter. So let's say you really don't like the placement of this shelter home. If you want to move the shelter home, it's going to cost you 5 wood. And so a lot of times it's actually probably better to deconstruct it and then rebuild it wherever you want, because in some maps wood is really hard to come by. You might want to deconstruct that and then rebuild it manually again elsewhere instead of paying that 5 wood move. 5 wood is a lot in some of the weird maps that have low wood yields. So now the trick that I want to tell you though is that you could move this or rotate this building though, because normally, okay, so here's for an example. I currently have 40 wood in my warehouse. If I wanted to rotate this using the move method, right, holding this move method, I would have to pay the 5 cost, and I would, and I would rotate it with the R key, right? It says R to rotate, and I put this down like this. It removed 5 pieces of wood just to rotate that one building, because my OCD goes, oh shit, I really didn't like that building. I didn't like, for whatever reason, the direction it was facing, because my OCD says I like this house facing this direction. As I mentioned, the housing door for the shelter homes and any homes does not matter, but for whatever reason, you might just want it to point this direction. Moving that using the move and rotate, that's really costly. So the trick here I'm going to tell you is if you roll your mouse over the shelter home and you hit the R key, it rotates it for free. Right? So you can actually go like this all you want, and it doesn't cost you anything. So that's another little trick, right? So some people like to rotate their shelter homes in a nice little formation where this is always pointing in the center. That's something you can do. Okay, so the other thing that you can do here with the camps, you can also rotate them like this, and it does not affect the current movement or the current situation. All right, you can rotate there however you want. So let's say this guy here is currently spinning, right? You roll your mouse over this, and you click on it again. It doesn't affect the worker currently working in progress. But if you lift this and move it, right, it's going to cancel out that 1. You see how, like, I currently have 8, and if he finishes spinning that, I might actually get 9. I might actually get 10 because of his double yield chance. But if you lift this in the middle of him spinning, like this, with the V key, and then you move it, and let's say, oh, I don't want this camp over here, and you want it over here. It cancels everything out, and it resets it, and then they now have to walk over here. So that's why, like, you always see me clicking on these buildings of, like, right, why is Ron always clicking on the woodcutter's camp first and looking, right? Because if you move it while they're actually working like this, you might be canceling it and you don't even know it. So it's a good idea to always click on this and watch what's going on before you move stuff around. Little tricks there. All right, let's move on. Hopefully my tips aren't boring you guys. I know this is like beginner content stuff, but I want to give out these little tips here so that new players will pick up some of these ideas and tricks for when they do start getting into the more advanced content. Because a lot of these tips aren't actually in the game. They don't actually tell you the shift key. They don't even tell you, what you can do. And I want to at least give that to you now early. All right, so the other thing now is that we have newcomers. So this is new, right? You can now choose newcomers. Let's see here. It says orders are ready to complete. Yeah, that's fine. Let's click on the newcomers. And newcomers are one way to get additional workers added to your city. Newcomers show up every 10 minutes. If you don't take your newcomers, the next group will not start coming until you finish your first group. Back in the days, they actually used to have it so that every 10 minutes there's a group coming. And if you don't take the first group, the second one is pending 10 minutes later. And every 10 minutes, it would actually be a pending group that you can just back to back, bam, 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 choose them, right? You can't decline the newcomers. You can only take whatever is coming, and you have to choose one or the other. So there's no declining. So the next group is forced upon you. If you decide not to take any of the newcomers, you're basically delaying the next group from showing up until you take those groups, or until you make a decision on the group. So here in this situation, we have on the left lizards, on the right humans. If you hit the accept button here, these guys here will disappear and they'll go away. And you have to make your decision carefully here. Do you want lizards on your team? Or do you want humans? What do you need more of, right? You make your decisions based on that. Sometimes you might need one over the other because there might be orders that says have, like last game, remember? Or the last order, it said, hey, you need 5 beavers, right? And I only had like 3 beavers, for example, right? Or 6 beavers or whatever, right? So if you have orders that says have X number of beavers, then this might be a time to make that decision to complete that order. And then each group comes with a certain amount of goods. So here, if you decide to take the lizard, you get the grain. If you then, in turn, you reject the humans, you forfeit all these items. So sometimes it might not be related to the species. It just might be related to the goods that you want. So let's say you're in a situation and go, oh, I need more stones because you're brick starved. So you might end up having to take this group instead. So I'm going to go ahead and pick this. It doesn't matter really right now. And then I'm going to go ahead and click on this. And then it'll give me a new order. All right, so here's the other trick on why you don't always want to take newcomers whenever they show up. If you take more people equals more problems. And you'll hear me say this a lot whenever I get newcomers or have, people, added to my village. More people equals more problems because A, they can add hostility to your town. I'll get into the hostility situation in the next map because they're going to talk about that in the next tutorial map. More people also means more consumption in terms of food, right? More housing that you need to provide, and more housing means more resources that you have to use. Right, so here we added more homes or more people. So that means you now have 17 people, and that means we have 2 homeless people. So homeless people is bad because then they're gonna not be happy, and not being happy could create some problems where they might want to leave the village because they're not happy. So more people equals more problems. You might not always want to take them right away. So keep that in mind. All right, let's go ahead and take the Harvester's Camp. And we're going to build a Harvester's Camp. Because that also is our next quest. And this Harvester's Camp says, hey, harvest some more fiber. Some fiber, 5 pieces of fiber, and then you'll get a perk. So far, you've noticed, like, everything they've assigned in the tutorial are associated to gathering resources for your city. So the Harvester's Camp is another building that you will unlock as an essential building for free. Oh, yeah, so the question also earlier about why does it matter where the door is facing? The doors don't matter for the homes, and the thing about the roads is that you want to face sometimes like you will have like buildings that craft or create productions that can't move. The reason why you might want to orient the door towards the road is so that when they exit and deliver or go into the building, they will go through the roads and then go through the door. If you don't have your door facing the roads and you happen to have, say, the door in the case of the homes, it doesn't matter because they don't go through that at all. If you happen to have your arrow pointing into another building, that's actually bad, because the way the new mechanics works, because they changed this to make roads useful, is that workers going through buildings are penalized. So if I happen to have lots of buildings that are like this, that are production buildings, right? And I don't use any roads, and they're all in a giant grid, and the building in the middle happens to be like some, production building, right? If they have to go through all these buildings, they will get penalized with a speed reduction. So that's why the direction of the road does make a difference when placing production buildings. And generally you want to place it towards the roads that has the shortest path to the warehouse. Oh, and if you notice what I just did there, I also want to point out another trick. Right, like this. If you want to delete stuff, right, it always prompts you. But if you hold shift while removing buildings, this will skip the pop-up. So that's how I was able to delete all this really fast without having to go through the are you sure button. Just hold down shift. All right, so that hopefully that answers the question on and why it's important to have roads and why it's important to have the doors facing the road, or having the door of the camps face the nodes, because that's the most efficient way, because they will spend most of their time moving the stuff from here to here, and then there are other situations where you could have haulers fetch the goods from the camps as well, but I won't get into that right now. So that's just telling me I need to mark more trees. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, if you guys have any other questions, you're seeing me doing something in the tutorial, or if some of you guys are advanced players and you do have some tips during the tutorial that might help new players that I might have missed during this the stream, let me know. I'll shout it out or let people know about it. Hopefully I haven't forgotten anything. All right, so same as before. We're gonna go ahead and turn this in, and we're gonna get a new order. And it wants us now to produce 4 planks, produce 4 crude workstation, or sorry, crude bricks and fabric. So let's go ahead and do that. Get our order here. So now we've got our blueprint. Now we have a crude workstation. So let's go ahead and take that. Okay, so the other thing too, down at the bottom here, just so that you guys understand, because they mentioned that earlier, but it makes more sense to explain to you. So this blue diamond notch down here is actually when you're going to get a blueprint reward. Every time you complete your reputation bars, you will not always get a blueprint. You will only get a new blueprint when it is at the milestone associated to the blue diamond. Right now, so far in the tutorial, we've gotten everything on every single milestone. But in the future, when the game gets harder, not all milestones will have a blueprint reward. And how do you know when you're going to get the reward is by looking at the blue diamond at the bottom of the screen. So that's another little tip there that I wanted to point out. All right, so now we are in the storm season. And we went through the yellow season, which is the clearance, and the storm season is the blue lightning season. The storm season is a little harder, and there are negative effects during the storm season. And I'll go through that in the next tutorial, because they're actually going to talk about it. That's why I'm ignoring this section for now, because the second half of the tutorial will actually explain it. But just for reference, this is what that whole thing is. Oh, and at the top, you can actually click on the categories for each of the resources that's in your warehouse. So this is fuel. This right here is the crafting resources. This is the building materials resource, which we only have the parts, and this is food. I personally like to always have my food shown here, because I want to know, if I have enough food, if my villagers are going to starve, and then I can always just look at the numbers here to say, hey, do I have enough fuel, right? Because I've already said just use wood, so I don't necessarily need to know this. Do I have enough food that's good enough? Am I gaining fuel good enough? This is the green arrow showing you that you're getting an increase, and this is another arrow that shows you're getting an increase in crafting resource. This arrow is showing you that, hey, you're losing building materials over time. You're spending more than you're creating. That's all it means. And this just means that, hey, you know, I'm getting less food over time because my villagers are consuming them, and I'm not currently producing any new food items because I took people off this. So for the purpose of the tutorial, it doesn't really matter that much, but I'll go ahead and assign it. I'm gonna go ahead and build another one of this, hit the shift key, drop it down, move. I'm gonna move these guys over a little bit like this. I'm gonna hit the shift key once so I can extend my roads like that. Okay. And then now we have a thing called a cornerstone at the beginning of your drizzle season, and also at the beginning of the game, 15 seconds into, sorry, 1 minute into the game. Normally 1 minute into the game, you get a cornerstone. For now, and then after that, it's every time the drizzle season starts, you get a cornerstone. So they didn't want to confuse you by offering the cornerstone right away in the first season. So this thing here is called the cornerstone. It looks like a little mask, right? So let's go ahead and click on that. It's highlighted. And now it says choose a cornerstone. So cornerstones are perks that you can get applied to your village. And so here it says the Queen's Envoy, which is the crow guy. No one can weather the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundation for your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, as you won't be able to change it, right? So you have to now decide one or the other. In this situation, we're only presented with two. Later down the road, you can upgrade your citadel to get you more choices. And later down the road, you can upgrade your citadel to give you a thing called a reroll that lets you recycle the choices. And then later in the game, you can also have an option called decline. Right now, for the tutorial, they're not letting us decline anything. So on the left here, the carpenter's tools, it says building materials are the foundation of every settlement. Production is 50% quicker in the building crude workstation. So this makes the crude workstation produce faster. On the right, the Royal Academy wants a detailed map of the regions. This is flavor text, and will supply anyone willing to help. So gain 10 reed, and then 20 reed, and then 20 clay for each discovered glade. So if you take this cornerstone, and then every time you open these things called glades, you will gain the resources that's mentioned here. So every time you open something, you'll get resources. On the left, this basically makes our crude workstation faster. So we've got a crude workstation. So let me go ahead and build that right now to show you before taking the cornerstone so you can see it. Oh, I guess I don't have to finish it. So right here, it shows you, well, let's go ahead and finish it first, because I do want to show you also where the perk shows up. All right, so after you finish building it, you'll see here that it takes 56 seconds to build one of these things. You can also uncheck these things. By unchecking it means I don't want to build these things, I want to build only this, right? And then if you click on this, you can also change your input type, right? If this building takes any one of these things to make fabric, so you can actually click on these things to say, hey, I want them or I don't want them to be used. Right now we only have this, and by default I disabled all this. That actually can be changed in the main menu. I won't go through that, but I will at least tell you that you can actually change your input by default, right? Ingredients, enable ingredients or disable them, right? So I have mine disabled, these section right here, right? So that way all of these aren't immediately available. And the reason for that is sometimes I don't want them to take all my leather and they're only using the first. You can also have it disabled completely by default. But right now, I'm okay with the first choice. Now, the other tip that I also want to point out, a lot of players also don't know about this or miss out. You could actually choose priorities for this, right? And it actually doesn't tell you on the screen right here, right? For some reason. But later, I think the I think after the tutorial mission, it might on rollover. The rollover normally tells you, if you roll over this, that you can hold shift to change priority. Maybe they disabled in the tutorial the tooltip. But I'm going to give you this tooltip now, because a lot of people don't understand or know this, or like they think that I'm using some external hotkey or something special, that third party for priorities. No, this is not a third party priority. This is built in the game. This is a tip that that's currently not given to you in the tutorial. So remember how I just told you that any one of these things are allowed for input to make fabric. What the game will do is, you know, the villagers will go in here and just sometimes they'll randomly choose one of these things. And if you want something to be used first as a priority, you can hold the shift key and then click on it like this, and it'll just cycle through numbers. If there's no number associated, it's 0. If you click on it once, the priority's 1. 3 being the highest priority, which means that if you have 3 selected, or 3 as the ultimate designation, that means then they will always use the fiber first when there are fiber available. And then once there are no fiber available in the internal storage, then only then will they use the next available resources, which could be any one of these things, because they have the 0 priority indicator, 0 being nothing. Or if you don't want anything at all, just click on it and disable it. That's the other option, right? So you can always go like this, and then you just go like that, right? So that's another little tip here. Okay, another tip that a lot of players see me do that they don't understand or know how I did it. A very common thing, right? So I forgot to mention that. So here, sometimes players will see me go like this, and I just removed all of my woodcutters, right? Yay, thank you for that, Zyvox, right? So a lot of players will go, oh, how did he remove all those really quickly? I thought you had to right-click all of them, right? And some players might think that I'm using a external, you know, script. Just for the record, I do not use any external third-party software. I do not use any mods for this game in all my playthrough sessions. If you see me doing something, a trick of some sort, it's all available in the game. Ask me, and I will explain how I did it. Don't assume that I did something or use a mod to get some quick, you know, a shortcut done because I have some mod going on. There's no mods. The trick to this is by holding the shift click, and this actually doesn't even tell you in the game right now in the tutorial, but if you hold the shift key, the left shift key, and then you select, say, the beaver, it will automatically fill all the worker slots with beavers. And if you hold the shift key and right click off this, it will automatically remove all the beavers. So instead of, you know, going like this, right, you can actually just hold the shift key, and instead of going like this, right, you can hold the shift key. So hold the shift key and automatically fills all this up. And the other thing too is that, you know, if you have like a mixed set of workers, right, you can also hold the shift key and it'll fill up all the lizards, right? See that? So if you have like a mixed set of workers, I believe it just removes all of them. Yep, there you go. So shift click, any one of them just removes all of them. So that's a little trick there for getting rid of everybody. Now later, once the game unlocks to the full town mode, there will be an icon at the top here that you can actually click on that removes all the woodcutters too, as an O panic button. And then if you click on it, I won't go through that right now. I'll show it to you once we get to it. But there are other ways to actually fill up the workers camp, or the woodcutters camp, and removing stuff around. Yeah. All right, so that's another little tip there. And then here, we're going to now look at the cornerstone. So here it says 56 seconds. And the one on the left makes production 50% quicker. So let's take this. And then now you can see that 56 seconds drop down to 37 seconds. All right, so the other thing that I also want to point out is some of these buildings will have stars, right? Or sorry, not this one, right? This will have stars. Zyvox, yes, this is the first tutorial town. I'm walking through a full walkthrough for new players starting the game, what they see, what, you know, to do, what everything means right out of the box, right? So if you're watching this on YouTube, this is a very good walkthrough new player guide that I just want to do live. And then if you're watching, you're a new player, feel free to ask me anything and I'll help you. This empty star means this is the lowest quality rating production recipe, right? It actually is very inefficient because it uses the most number of wood. Later down the road, there will be other buildings that will actually have a more efficiency. And so that number, the star, will then reflect the efficiency level. That's what this little thing means. That's all it is. All right, so now the quest says, hey, build for planks, bricks, and fabric. Okay, so another tip here. Another tip. If you want something built or worked on really fast, okay, you want to disable things and say, if let's say you want the planks first, or you want planks, the best thing to do is right away just disable stuff, because if you don't disable it and you have all of this enabled, they will spend their time delivering everything that you've enabled as ingredients delivered first into the crude workstation before actually even working on anything. So my recommendation or my tip here is disable this, and I'll show you what I mean by this. Okay. Let's see here. Let's we have some workers, right? Yeah, we have workers. Okay. So if I have lizards on this, let's just say one. Let's say I have one lizard working on it. This is my internal storage for ingredients. This is my internal storage for produced goods. This will be the first time we're actually looking at a production building, right? Everything so far has been a camps building, and it only produces the raw materials. They're not producing any other items, right? This one now requires ingredients, and it has a produce goods. So this particular building uses leather, fiber. This one uses clay, stones, and this one only has one input, right? This has no input. So if I were to unpause now and I assign one worker to this, you will see it will take a very long time before he even starts building the first item. See that? He's now delivering the wood. He'll take his coffee break. I'll explain the whole coffee break thing in a little bit here. See how he's not doing anything right away? He's just sitting there delivering every single possible production item before actually working. All right, so they discovered something. That's fine. It has like flax field in there. I'm gonna take that off because that's on auto pause. It auto pause everything whenever something is discovered. So let me go ahead and unpause again. So here he's, you know, as you can see, he's just like slowly going through and delivering everything possible, right, before working. So that's really bad. So the best thing that, and then, you know, if you see that, this is everything, he just fills it up with everything possible. So now I'm going to go ahead and remove this. You can click on this and remove all of it. And that just basically teleports that back to the internal storage. Or, sorry, the warehouse. So you don't actually lose anything when you X that. You don't actually have to make him deliver that back. You can just X that off. So if you want something done really quickly, disable all of this and say, hey, I just want this done now. So here, same process. Right? And then he'll immediately start working. Right? So that is a little trick here. If you want something done right away, disable everything, and then also disable the actual ingredients. Even if you had priorities enabled like this, right? And you want this first, he will still deliver the fiber, the leather, and then he'll do the whatever's prioritized. So that's another little thing that I wanted to point out. All right, so we want one of each. That's fine. And I'm gonna go ahead and let that go. Since I can't do limit locks in the tutorial, right? It says that they want, you know, 4 of each. you want to pay attention to this when you're playing the tutorial and see what's going on. Right, what you can do is just force this and make him do the 2. Right, so now he's got 2, that's fine. Oh yeah, I forgot. See how, like, even that was on, it was priority? So I just want to... Alright, so this guy's making 2. I'm going to uncheck this so this guy doesn't make more, because time is important. So we just want him now to focus on working on the planks. And this is just telling me I need to mark trees. I don't need to worry about that for now. Alright, so we got that out of the way. And then we now want one guy to work on the planks. I don't need that. Let me take this off. Because there's four planks. Or 2 planks here. And this is the tutorial. They don't have the grid mode or list mode view enabled. I really don't know why they did that. I really think that they should change the tutorial to make it easier for people to see their entire warehouse list. Because if things are locked, if things are locked in the tutorial, if things are locked for now, why didn't they lock that also and just get rid of this to make it simpler? So this is my little commentary for developers as feedback. They need to go back and fix this tutorial. I probably should have done this during the press version to give them feedback, but it's too late now. So here we want to get into the clay. I want to disable this. I don't want them to deliver the stones. I just want them to work on the 4 bricks, right? And now we should have 4 of this. There you go. He's gonna go take his coffee break. He's gonna make stones or bricks, that's fine. And we're waiting on him to be finished. And then this group here, I don't need anything, so I'm just gonna ignore them for now. Alright, so we just sit there and watch this. And then he's done. And then this is the internal storage. So the internal storage on the produced goods, right? If you want something delivered right away, here's another tip. Not a lot of people know this or realize this early on. This marker right here is movable. This is an indicator of, like, when do I want them to immediately send stuff back to the warehouse. If you leave this on 5, that means they're going to continue producing goods until this is maxed out in terms of internal storage. So if you want them delivering stuff right away as soon as they're done, you can actually set this down to, like, say 1 or 2 or whatever it is, right? So that way, as soon as he makes the 2 pieces of bricks, for example, he'll deliver it instead of waiting for this whole thing to go up to 5. So this is another little tip and tricks here, is that you can move this around, right? So that way you can actually force deliver. So here's another, there's a button here called force deliver. So rather than waiting for all 10 to fill up, you can actually hit this button and then tell them, okay, well, don't gather anymore, just focus on delivering this stuff, right? That's the force deliver button. Or you can always, you know, slide the bar and tell them to deliver it. So this here is actually saved internally by default. So whatever setting that you choose will actually be automatically set for future runs. So if I happen to have this on 1, just keep in mind that in the next town, it's going to retain the information that you've set from the previous town. So let's go ahead and continue. So that's another little tip there I wanted to show you guys. Alright, so this here now says, hey, extra amounts of goods produced by 50%. The other one was 50% production time. This is actually 50% yield, the actual amount itself. Right, so we'll go ahead and turn that in. And now the last quest It's called the Ancient Tablets quest. It wants you to open a dangerous glades, and it also wants you to change the input for the solve, and then it also wants you to deliver the tablets. So here's the other bit about the first tutorial town. There's no way to escape this. I mean, you could open this early on if you wanted to. This is called a dangerous glade. I purposely did not go into this because early on until this part of the tutorial, because if you happen to enter this too soon, you might be subjected to the negative effect of the dangerous glade. The dangerous glade, there's two types of things in the game. There's one thing that's called the dangerous glade and a small glade. It doesn't actually show up right now in this, and I don't want to talk about it yet until they do reveal that. So right now, it's not revealed in the tutorial part 1. But here, you can actually hold the shift key and mark this straight up through that. And then you can lift your workers like this and bring them closer. And then this here, I'm going to lift this over here because I don't need these guys doing that anymore. And give me a second, I'm going to sneeze. All right, whew. I'm going to lift this up, move it closer. So that way we just focus on delivering closer to the warehouse, and then they can just carve through that. And then we also got a new blueprint. Let me go ahead and click on that. And it's offering us now 3 choices. So far to date, it has only given us 1 choice to choose from. Now it has 3 choices, and the 3 choices are human homes, lizard homes, and beaver homes. For now, it doesn't really matter. Just pick something. So I'm just going to go with the humans. It's just a special building that will give humans only housing. Currently, the shelter home is a generic home that will house anybody, but the species-specific homes will house only 2 humans. So what will happen is the 2 humans that are 2 random humans from wherever the hell that's in one of these shelter homes will then just move over to the new house, the new human house, and then the slot that they're occupying in the shelter home will then be removed. So you do not have to have a human house and also a regular shelter house. Just understand that part. Some people think that you need a shelter home for everybody, and then some people, and then the people think that, oh, I need to have a specific house in addition to the regular. So all the villagers can only stay in one house type at a time. They will always take the highest house that is available to them. In this case, if I finish building the human house, 2 humans from wherever the hell that they're currently housed will then relocate themselves and move into this one, and freeing up the slot for the other place that they originally lived in. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this. You guys can read logistics later if you want to. I'm basically explaining to you everything you need to know in the game. Okay, so we just built a house. That's not a quest, but that's okay. So we gotta break through the dangerous glade. Right? Cut through the forest to discover 1 dangerous glade. Change the resources, okay, and then deliver the ancient tablet. So I'll show you what that means in a second once we get there. So we're cutting through this. All right, the game mechanic, right? So if only 1 villager can get into this, only 2 villagers will actually work on this tree node, right? So if you have more than 2 people assigned to a tree that's marked, only 2 can go in there. And the current setting now is that if they can't access this, because that's going to get removed, they will end up chopping whatever that's nearby. So that's why you see, like, these guys chopping these other ones, and this one was ignored because it's been assigned to 2 guys already. And if those 2 guys happen to be taking a coffee break and they're leaving their whatever hearth, or the two guys that you just assigned, or if you assigned everybody, and then the two guys that happen to be internally assigned by the computer to chop the trees, and they're all the way over on this side of the map, and then the other four guys or whatever is over here. It's kind of weird. The game happens to have, or happens to make you wait before those trees get removed. So that's another thing to understand is, hey, you know, I marked all this. Why the hell are these guys cutting this and ignoring this? That's because the two guys that are assigned to removing the two tree charges are so far away, or they're taking a coffee break, or they're really close by, but they're on their coffee break and they're coming to those trees. So that's just a little FYI on the game mechanics. Right, so the other guys have nothing else to do because this one is already being taken care of. All right, so here is the Ancient Shrine. There's nothing else in here. That's nice that they made it simple. Normally, when you open a Dangerous Glades, there will be large resource nodes and a few small resource nodes. And then sometimes they'll have like another thing in there like called a cache, or sometimes an encampment of villagers that you can recruit. But in this case, they've only got, for the purpose of the tutorial, they only have the Ancient Shrine. When you first open this, and this is only in the tutorial, by the way, and this can be very confusing and scary if you're playing this for the first time. This is a threat called the Ancient Shrine. It is called a Dangerous Glade event. And then this right here is flavor text. This has nothing to do with the mechanics of the game. The threat here, threats, so sometimes there might be more than one threat. The threat here, if you roll your mouse over it, it'll say like this threat, these effects. Right now there's only one effect, even though the context here says these effects, right? So in this case, there's only one, and if there's more than one, it'll actually show you. That's where the tooltip will actually be meaningful or make sense in the context here. These effects will trigger if the event isn't completed in time. We have 44 seconds to complete the threat, right? Before this effect happens. Now, what's really crappy about this is that in the tutorial, they want to demonstrate the negative effect kicking in. They want to purposely, so don't get scared. Don't feel bad that 3 villagers are going to die. There's nothing that you can do to prevent this, right? Because it's always going to happen no matter what, because the developers purposely want you to see the effect of a threat kicking in for failing this event completion. So here, to complete this threat, or to resolve it, you need to provide it with these particular goods. So every threat will usually have, okay, so in the purpose of the tutorial, they're only giving you one option. Normally on a regular town run, you're never gonna have just one option like this, or a threat, for a Dangerous Glade event threat. With the exception of Blood Flowers. So I take that back. Blood Flowers will always have one option. But, so Ancient Shrine will normally have 2 options. In this case, they're forcing you to do only one thing. There'll be like usually like a left option you can choose from, or a right option. And you need to pick the option that you can actually solve. Alright, so here, the quest basically says, let me go ahead and cancel out of that with right click. It says change the resource from scrolls to fabric. Right, which is also this is wrong, by the way. Another little thing here the developers need to pick up on in terms of details. Right, change the resource from scrolls to fabric, and then you get to deliver, right? Here, right, so they want us to go from here to here, which is fine. And this here, they should have also said, hey, change this. Right, because that would be more helpful. Right now, I don't have any planks. Right, so they should include in this, just to help players you know, understand what else they need to do. So a lot of times players don't know, and they just do this, and then they don't know what to do, and then they click on stuff, right, to assign this, and it says no materials. Like, what do I do here? I literally actually have new players that I've given the game away through my giveaway, like Khan. He actually got to this stage in the tutorial. He's like, I don't know what to do here. What am I supposed to do? How do I complete this? How do I solve this? You know, how do I change this, right? So to do that, you got to click on this, and you have to choose this. So that way the scrolls change. But this part here is also important. If you don't have the planks in your warehouse, but you have wood, right, you can change to the wood. Or if you don't have planks, then you need to go make planks, right, the 4 planks, to be able to complete that. You have options in this case, basically. So since I don't have any planks, I can't complete this, so I'm going to choose this. So now it changes from no materials to the investigate button. And then the other thing too is that you have to assign workers to solve this event, right, like this. Or what I just showed you earlier is hold the shift key and then click on this. Okay, so now the button changes to investigate. This is your reward. You'll get the chest. If you assign workers, notice, right? Notice as you assign workers, the first time around it didn't change, right? It didn't change. The second worker starts lowering your solve time. And then the third one also lowers your solve time. Okay, so here's the very important thing about this timer, right? It's misleading that most people don't understand. Just because it says here that you have 30 seconds, right? It looks like you're going to beat this event. You're not going to beat this event fast enough because there is a travel time. They have to travel to deliver the goods. And then if somebody happens to be on coffee break, like this chick right here, let's assign somebody else, right? If this chick happens to be on coffee break, it's going to take longer to deliver the goods from the warehouse here to here. One of the other strategies that you can do, which you don't have the option right now, is to build a warehouse, a small warehouse nearby to deliver stuff faster. Because some events will require like 90 oil, for example, and it takes too long to move the goods. You're not going to be able to beat this time fast enough. So just a little FYI, don't expect to solve this event before 3 villagers die. Don't feel bad. It's intentionally meant for your guys to die. So let's go ahead and hit investigate. All right. And now they're going to start delivering stuff. And then this number here, 0, 20, and 0, 4, is going to change. Be careful to choose stuff that you can solve. Now, the event here, okay, during the tutorial, it says no material. In a normal game setting with the events, it actually does not tell you no material. That investigate button will always be there. It will be up to you to pay attention on whether there is no material or not, because it actually will have an icon on top of the event. It's like a broken brick icon. They'll indicate that, hey, you don't have enough materials. But it will still let you, in a normal town run, the option to hit the investigate button. That's because, you know, some players might be able to come up with the resources, and then as soon as the resources become available, the scouts will deliver it. But you will still be able to hit the investigate button immediately. Just for this tutorial, they actually said no material to make it so it's clear to you guys, oh, you don't have the planks, do something about it. So don't be attached to that no material button there. That's not normal. All right, so this means that this chick has nothing to do. That 44 seconds had already passed, as you noticed, right? And so this timer here that I wanted to point out to you, right? It's misleading because it does not start ticking down until they actually start working on the event. Delivering the goods is not considered working on the event. That's totally different from the actual work on the event. So I'll show you in a second here. This chick has nothing to do. She's idle. because this chick here is delivering the 5, this chick here is delivering the 4. So she has nothing to do because we have not met the requirements yet. But she's still idle. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue here. So you can see what happens because I just failed the threat. So now, 3 people are going to get killed. Don't feel bad that 3 people die. It will tell you who died. So in this case, the human scout, one of the chicks died. Right? One of the chicks died, so you can actually replace her. You want to pay attention to who died. If you click on it, it'll tell you like, oh hey, somebody died in this house. Let's go ahead and replace that chick. A lizard builder died, so that's fine. You can remove a worker here to replace the lizard builder. Right? So let's go ahead and delete this. And now, let's watch this so you can see what happens. Waiting on this human here to deliver. See how she's delivering that little fabric? It goes in. So now all these other workers who were originally idle waiting on the goods to be delivered will now go over there and actually work on it. Okay, the first chick, or the chick that just delivered the fabric, she decided now to go enter and work on it. She's not going on coffee break. She's the nearest one. So she has nothing else to do other than go work. She's not taking a coffee break. These other people here, when they're idle, they'll hang out by the hearth. They're going to go over here now. Going to workplace. You can see them going over there. If they're going on coffee break, they're going to take a U-turn and go back. So just FYI. Alright, so this icon here indicates that they're working on it. The little spinning wheel. Alright, so this means that they're working on it. And so this bar now only moves when they're working on it. Okay, so here's what's very important to understand. It requires everybody to work to actually get the time that's reported, right? So if these 2 guys here are walking and the timer says it's 19 seconds to finish, this is very misleading. It's not actually in 19 seconds to finish. So if you're depending on the 19 seconds here, and this countdown was like 20 seconds, right, left, and these 2 guys did not engage in that timer, you actually will end up losing that threat because these 2 guys are not spinning. This is very important because I actually didn't know that for the longest time, and I actually thought, oh hey, it's 19 seconds, boom, and this is only like 22 seconds. I've cleared the event. No, it's not true until these 2 actually engage in the event. So if you want to swap this chick out, right, with somebody else, and it says 19, you're not going to complete that in 19 seconds. So keep that in mind if you want to do some hot swapping. There may be reasons later you'll understand why you want to hot swap somebody. Like you might have like a reason to take this chick out because she's better for some other reason, like, oh shit, I need to have a human on the hearth, and that's your only human, and she happens to be working on that. If you swap people out, keep in mind, this bar, if you happen to say, swap in the middle of this, right, this timer will stop, right? So if I swap this out, like this, and I replace them with new humans, right? This 19 is on pause, and then the new workers will go in, and this timer only resumes when the first person spins, and it'll get faster. It'll actually meet the full time when all 3 are actually working. So now you can see that it only moves when they engage there. Alright, so that's very important. Now, if you want to stop the work for some reason, yeah, you can just take them off and not complete it. But if you hit the cancel button, keep that in mind, you will reset the whole bar and everything here is returned back to your warehouse. So be careful, do not hit cancel unless you really want to cancel, because canceling just does not cancel. It actually returns everything and it resets everything. So if you kind of want to cancel the job in terms of like taking workers off and rerouting them, you have to manually do it like this and leave this running, and they'll come back and they'll resume it. Very important there. Let's see here. Okay, let's continue. Alright, it's almost finished. Okay, she has nothing to do. You can take her off because there's only one person carrying the reward. Take her off because she's probably going to take a coffee break. And now you can deliver the tablet. And then we are done. Okay, so here, Queen's Impatient is 1.84. We're at 6. We turn this in. We're done. And the Queen's Impatient drops. These are all the things that you unlocked after you complete your first town. This is your 10 food stock, your 14 experience points that you've earned, and then you hit continue. Now, for those who want to skip the tutorial, you could skip the tutorial. You'll automatically get level 1 for free, and you'll also get level 2 for free later, and then they'll give you only 10 food stocks for free if you skip both of the tutorials. I just want to at least point that out for those who do end up wanting to skip the tutorial, now that you've already seen what I just done. So these are things that you've unlocked as content that you should automatically get as essential buildings. Continue. And then now we're going to go to the second half of the tutorial. Second town. Tutorial town number 2. Sorry it took so long to get there, but I gave you a lot of amazing tips. Press any key to start. We don't have to. We'll just hit that button. Villagers with low resolve will start leaving, increasing the Queen's impatience. Okay. Keeping resolve exceptionally high will grant passive reputation over time. So, high reputation is when they are happy, and when they're happy, it lights up a blue glow. That blue glow matches the reputation blue. So just remember, blue is good, and it will give you reputation over time, a passive reputation over time. Right? That's very important. Okay, next part of the tutorial. Satisfying your villagers' needs with complex food, homes, and services will increase their resolve. So the green number is the resolve. If you roll your mouse over it, it tells you what the current resolve is. Future resolve means where it's heading. Right now it's 15. It's going to head towards 16. Usually when it shows you future resolve, it actually will have a 15 and number next to it, and it'll have a little directional arrow going towards 16. In this tutorial, for some reason, it's not showing that, but I will point that out to you guys in a little bit. So the reputation gain from the resolve so far is currently 0. The threshold for gaining your resolve is currently 3. We're now at 15. So if you hit that threshold 30, which is this little blue notch right here, see that little tiny little blue notch? That's an indicator of this meter right here. So this meter right now is at 15, which is half of that. And if you completely get to that blue notch, which is the other half, which is currently at the notch 30, you will get that turning blue. That's why that little notch is blue. That's the threshold. So 30 is this notch right here. And then gain resolve just means that how long you've been in 30, how long have you been above that 30, and how many passive reputation points have you gained. That's what that little reputation gain point 0 line means. Currently, I've not gained anything yet. So let's go ahead and continue. Okay, he did also expand this bar right here. Remember I told you I couldn't expand it because that was the first part of the tutorial. So now that you can expand the bar. Oh my god, the tutorial's bugged. I need to tell the developers. Oh my god, developers. Okay, so that's fine. I'll tell them later. But there is a bug point. Let me mark this on my Twitch to point out. So if you close that, it currently is bugged during the tutorial. You can't re-expand it because I do want to talk about it because the guy was talking about it. So here's another bug with the tutorials developers. Boy, I'm doing you guys such a favor every day when I stream, huh? So let's go ahead and continue. Alright, I can't expand this. Each species has a mix of needs. It's hard to please everyone all the time, but because I closed it and I can't open it again, I can't talk about it or tell you those needs. So this is messed up, guys. This tutorial is bugged. So let's go ahead and continue. Alright, so now I think I could... Nope, can't open it. Developers. Can't show people. Farmers can plant only on farm fields, and those can only be built on fertile soil. Alright, well, hopefully I can expand that to show you and walk through the needs for you, because the needs part of the tutorial is very crucial to understanding how to earn reputations, okay? Somebody probably didn't do a full quality check on this. Farmers can plant only on farm fields, and those can only be built on fertile soil. Okay, so these little grass fields here that's yellow are the farm fields, right? Or fertile soil. Fertile soil. You can build farm fields on fertile soil, all right? Fertile soil has other uses, which I will talk later, because certain buildings will just directly use fertile soil. You don't need to make farm fields to utilize them. Certain buildings... farm buildings that utilizes the farm fields, so that they're using those to plant. I'll go over that because this tutorial will actually cover that. And this part of the tutorial is going to be very crucial and important for you guys to watch and learn, because a lot of new players always come to my stream and ask, why do you have 2 farms? Why do you have 3 farms? Are you crazy? Why do you have 3 farms, you know, to your farm fields or whatever it is? Right? And they don't understand the farm mechanics. So this part of the tutorial is an absolute must watch for new players and pay close attention to, because this is a make or break for you to get through the higher level difficulties. Because once you start getting to a higher difficulty and you start having food problems, like food consumption problems with Prestige 7, where they eat extra food, 50% chance of eating extra food, this is where you need to min-max and fully take advantage of your farm fields, right? So let's keep going though. Crops are planted in the first season, drizzle. Remember I told you there were 3 seasons to Against the Storm in a year. The first season is the drizzle season, which is the white drizzle water season. Well, it's green water, but it's basically a white icon that shows you drizzle. Harvest is the clearance season. Harvested during the second season, which is clearance, which is color-coded yellow. Let's continue. And there's water associated with that, which is yellow water. Absolutely watching. Yeah, thank you, Lost. Appreciate that. All right, so build. Now, Lost is also Lost Souls 69. He was one of our Game Key giveaway winner. And he hasn't played Against the Storm yet, but he's been watching Against the Storm for a very long time on my stream, and he's learned a lot. And so what Lost right now is learning the very beginning basics. So the envoy says, build a farm, harvest grain, serve some ale in a tavern. Sure. That's our quest that he's given us. All right, so hopefully I can open this up now. Okay, great. I can open this up now. So here are the needs that the envoy was talking about earlier. The first part is the basic housing. That's the shelter home that you got right out of the gate, unlocked for completing the tutorial 1. The second part is the human housing. Remember in the last game, the tutorial 1, you had a choice between human house, beaver house, and lizard house. I picked the human house. If you build a human house, then you will now satisfy the second condition of their needs. The first is the basic home. Right, this is the basic home. The second is the human housing. And these are the other things that they'll need, like food, clothing, leisure, and religion. This is services, right? But they have namings for it. Both of these are considered services. So now it says choose a blueprint. So let me go ahead. This is blueprint highlighter, right? So you click on this, it actually glows. So it's like, oh, what do you mean by blueprint, right? This is the blueprint. So at the start of the game, the red bar and blue bar are 0, right? And the Queen's Impatient moves at 0.2. choose the blueprint is now this icon here. You want to click on this button right here. And they will normally at the beginning of the game, they'll always give you at least 2 normally. In the case of the tutorial, it's only 1. And as I mentioned to you earlier, that the diamond, the blue notches down below, these notches mean that for every time you reach the blue notch, you will get another blueprint. In the case of the tutorial, they're giving us a blueprint every time we're hitting these notches. But when you play a normal game, that will not always be the case. Some notches will not actually give you a blue icon. Every notch will actually reduce the impatient down once you reach it. So let's say you're here, you did not fulfill a notch. The queen will not move to the left if you move this way. It does not always move as you move this way passively. It will passively move this way, it will passively move this way. But this does not drop until you actually reach one of the notches. The hashes in the bar here. So there's actually a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 reputation points required to win the tutorial game. It will require, so if this notch, this bar here grows all the way to this endpoint, then you lose. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on the blueprint. So here, the first choice that they're giving us is the small farm. We only have 1 choice. Normally, in a given run, you will get 2 choices, and then you could get more choices by upgrading your citadel. There are certain modifiers in the game that can bring this down to only 1 choice. But that's negative modifiers, and those are the harder mode challenges. But for all intents and purposes, you only get 1 right now during the tutorial. Let's go ahead and choose this. So the small farm allows you to build veggies. This is 1 star, and this is 2-star grains. And I'll show you what that means in a second. All right, so I'll go and unpause. All right, so it's fine. So the envoy says, hey, you know, build a small farm. We don't have any orders, but he did straight up say, hey, you should build a farm, right? So at the very beginning of the game, don't jump into just building the farm, okay? That's not wise. The first thing you want to do, even on a normal game, even during this tutorial, you want to get your basics set up, which is setting up the woodcutter's camp. And remember, in my last run, I explained to you guys the best thing to do is place the woodcutter's camp near your warehouse so you can build it faster. So go like this. And I usually set, increase my priorities, right? So that way they build that first. You can do other things like build roads. So I normally like to pause my game and set up my road structure, right? My little infrastructure. Like this. All right, that's just me. But I really encourage everyone setting up their roads. So the roads have a priority of 0. So that's why I increase my priorities for the woodcutters to 1. Now, it's also sometimes a good idea to get 3 woodcutters, right? In the case where I have 8 workers right now, or 9 workers total, right? There's 1 in the hearth, right? The hearth, as I mentioned, gives you some bonuses. Since this guy doesn't give me any immediate bonus, I'm going to switch him out. I'm going to put humans in there. Now the humans, the Queen's Impatient, grows slowly. One of the other tricks, right, that you can employ, or you can switch over to the Beavers, and that way it'll have the, fuel consumption reduction, right? The bonus is 20%. So in the last game, I told you that you can do any species in the hearth to get the various bonuses. One of the other tricks here is that you can take a worker off the hearth, and the hearth will still continue burning. Oh, hey, cool. They actually now give us the grid view mode. So now I'm going to switch over to the grid view mode because this view here is just absolutely useless. Unless you plan on going through and selecting the limits, don't watch the list view. It's a useless mode. Click on the grid mode and you'll be happy that you did because you can look at everything at a glance. The trick here is that I only have 9 people in my village. If I put somebody in the hearth, that takes away a worker, right? So I only have 8 builders now instead of 9. I take that off, I have 9. So the trick is, at the very beginning, if you want to maximize, min-max, and you don't care about the impatient, sometimes there's a reason why you always want to put the humans on there, and you don't want to take them out, because you want to slow this impatient down as much as you can. That's absolutely a very good thing to do. There are reasons to always have the human on there. Sometimes you might always want to have the beavers on there, but at the very beginning of the game, if you want to get efficiency, take the human out, or take whoever's out, and then unpause. Like this. And even though it says, oh, Firekeeper is missing, the hearth will continue to burn. There's actually 3 states in the hearth. One is, or actually 4, technically 4. The state is, whatever it is, assigned. Nobody assigned. The state after that, the 3rd state, is there's going to be a lumber log icon over here with an alert symbol saying, hey, the fuel is running out. So that's a warning state. Don't panic at that state. Nothing bad is happening yet. And then the state after that is the 4th state. The 4th state is when the hearth actually has no fuel. And that means then that's bad, because you don't get the advantage of the heart coverage, and then you don't get the advantage of the hearth hostility reduction. Right now we have a hostility reduction of -20 because the hearth exists. It just happens to exist, and it happens to have fuel in it. So if you have fuel in it, you will get that -20. -20 being green is good. Red is bad. Okay? So here it shows the years being red. There's no penalty right now because we're in the 1st year. The villagers, remember how in the last game I told you more people equals more problems. Villagers create a hostility value, right? Every villager costs an increase of 2. So we have a total of 9 villagers, right? It says 9 times 2. 2 is the cost in hostility for having villagers in your town. So we're now looking at a total of 18 hostility. Discovered Glade is also a negative penalty, which is red, as you can see, color-coded red. And you guys can thank me for this, by the way, because I kept pushing the developers to change these color codes. I kept pushing for the developers to say, hey, please put in brackets the cost, because back in the days, you had to do the math. They would only show you villagers 18. I'm like, what the hell does 18 mean, right? You didn't know what it meant. So you had to do the math and go, well, 18 divided by 9 it equals to 2. They had to you had to figure this out. Dangerous Glade, it was a flat number. And back in the days, those numbers were also 0 green, right? And I said, look, developers, you gotta let players understand what some of these lines are. I mean, I even further said, now I don't know why they should have done this, right? They should color code years in red, villagers in red, red, right? To at least let players know. But at the very least, they made it so the 0 is red. Back in the days, those numbers were actually green. And I said, well, new players are going to think that these are positive modifiers. That's a good thing, right? Green is good and red's bad. So I got them to really fix that. There was a patch the night before. I said, look, please add this in there. They last minute added that in there. They said, we're not sure if we're going to sneak this in there or not, right? So I actually got this changed for you guys because I said, look, I want to make a really nice YouTube video guide. I want to walk through hostility, but I don't want to be walking through something that's confusing and having to explain something that they don't understand. All right, so Dangerous Glade. Yeah, clap. Thank you for that. So Dangerous Glade is a bad thing, and most new players don't understand that until you open the glade and see the numbers and go, oh shit. Opening glades is bad, right? Right now in the game, and during the tutorial, they don't have a distinguish between small and dangerous. It doesn't show everything. When you actually play the normal game, it will actually show you all the breakdowns. Small glade, dangerous glade. Right now, I think during the tutorial, if you open the small, it might show up after the fact, right? But on a normal run, it will always be present, okay? They also should here, as a tip to the developers here, they should indicate what the cost is for opening the Dangerous Glade. So I need to at least, you know what? Let me give them, let me put a feedback marker here on my Twitch, because I need to like post another feedback here, because they need to show 0 times X. What is that X value? Right? 0x Dangerous Glade needs to show, I believe it's 10. Yeah, it's 10. They need to show here in this screen 0x10, because players need to understand what the hell does Dangerous Glade do? Am I going to get penalized? So even though it's color-coded red, as my feedback to the developers here right now on the tutorial screen, you got to show us what that value is. 0x10, right? 0x5 for the small glades, because this is a small glade over here, and so that is another penalty. So when new players, you're watching this right now, you're confused, you don't understand what's going on, and a lot of information is hidden from you, I'm giving you that information right now, right? There is a penalty for opening small glades. There is a penalty for opening large glades. This is called the Dangerous Glade right here. And that penalty is 10, right? So if you open one glade, you're gonna get like a minus, well, it doesn't show up there, but it's red, right? So the hostility grows based on your hostility red color penalties, right? And the difficulty multiplier at the top, basically we're playing right now on the Settlers difficulty. The next difficulty modifier is the Pioneer. And then the one after that is a Veteran, and then the one after that is Viceroy. Viceroy difficulty is a full ×3. Pioneer, I think, might be times 1. Pioneer is times 1.5. Veteran is times 2, and then Viceroy is times 3, and then it stays at 3, going all the way up to Prestige 20. So I just want to give you those numbers out so you understand. So now at the top of the bar, you'll see our hostility level is 0, but then you also have a -2 out of 100. What does -2 out of 100 mean? It's basically the tally of all of the numbers here, 18, and then you get a bonus -20. The green is good. Green is good. So the hostility now is reduced down to a -2, right? So that's what that means. So let's go ahead and continue. And the little tip here, remember I showed you that you can have the extra worker contribute to building by taking it off the firekeeper. So at the start of the game, you don't normally get your orders right out of the gate like this. A normal game will give you your orders after the first minute of the game. Currently, it's showing 5 minutes and 29 seconds for the drizzle. This is only normal for the tutorial. The real game, once you get out of the tutorial, the real game, even the lowest difficulty Settlers, it's always going to be a 4 minute time frame for drizzle. As I mentioned last tutorial, it's 4 minutes for the drizzle base, 4 minutes for the clearance base, 2 minutes for the storm base. The 5 minutes and 30 seconds right now is only for the tutorial. They're making it easy for you. All right. And the orders that pop up is normally not in the first 30 seconds. Actually, it's six minutes, right? We have 5 minutes and 29 seconds remaining, right? So they're giving you, it's like 6 minutes for free, basically, or the extra 2 minutes. So it wants you to look at the orders. There are reasons and times where you don't want to look at the orders right away, but I won't talk about that until we start our new town. Okay, so we'll start a brand new Settlers town after this, and I'll walk you through how to complete your first official town after the tutorials. For now, let's go ahead and look at the orders, okay? Yeah, it's easy. It just wants you to build farms and farm fields. We just got the farm technology, and let's do that, right? So once you've got your woodcutter set up, right, hold the shift key and select whatever species you want. In this case, beavers, right? And it'll autofill everything. Since we don't have a lot of beavers, we'll just click on this, and then we'll just fill it up with lizards. like that, right? And remember how I explained to you that when is the best time to use lizards? Well, okay, here, let me remove this, right? If you put lizards here, you see how like the resolves go up by 1 because of the bonus? You really don't benefit right now with the lizards on the hearth, or right now at all, because we're using the lizard as a builder, or the firekeeper as a builder. If these numbers here don't light up blue, the future number, right? See how like in the last game I told you the envoy is saying, hey, you know, the future numbers, right? If you roll your mouse over this, see that green arrow to the right? It shows you the future number. 16 is the future number. It will grow towards 16. If I take this off, it's back to 15. Since I can't get these numbers to blue, the lizard really does not help. The only real reason to have the lizard on this is if any of the numbers are red, and by putting the lizard on this, it actually turns green. Let's say the lizard is actually -2 or something like that, right? -2. He's about to leave. Red means red's bad, green's good, right? Blue is good for the rep, right? Red is bad. Blue and green is very good. So if the guy is red and you put the lizard here and it turns green, if the future number is green and the number on the left of that arrow is red, that means it's good. Leave the lizard there. That helps you. That's one way to help the lizard. But right now it doesn't help, so let's take that off. Have you hydrated, eaten anything yet? Just kidding, buddy. Yeah, you know, funny. I was gonna get something to eat, but I'm gonna try to finish this tutorial town. I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll do the settlers. All right, so, and then this one right here, I want to change the priority because they're just working on constructing the thing. I'm gonna click on the farm field. All right, so the farm thing, okay, so let's see here. I want to move this guy over here first. And I want to clear this out so I can show you the farm stuff. Right, clear out enough space around the farm. And I want to show you the farm. I'm going to work on this farm because it's easier to explain it on the smaller farm rather than the big patch over here. Because there's not actually a very good spacing, and this is not normal at all. When you first start a game, they're not going to give you this much space like this. Yeah. And it's easier for me to explain it to you on a smaller patch. Alright, so let me remove this here. And I'm gonna put this guy over here. But yeah, thank you for reminding me, Loss. Okay. And you'll see in a second the alert. Alright, so cornerstones, right? Usually you want to check the cornerstones. Currently in this game, you can't decline and you can't re-roll. So the thing that they want at the start of the game is to offer you a cornerstone that says, hey, if you choose this, it will improve the output of your small farm. Otherwise, the one on the left will give you a delivery line called the barrels. Barrels delivery line per minute. Having barrels per minute is amazing. So you don't have to make barrels. And taking that is really good. What is the benefit of the right? The right will actually improve the output of the farm. Let me put down the farm just to show you initially. That they haven't built it yet. So the farm has a 1-star efficiency and a 2-star efficiency. The 2-star here says, hey, I'm going to get 6 grains for that. Now the 1-star efficiency shows that you're going to get 3 veggies. If the veggies go to 2 stars, it actually will become 6 veggies as an output. And that's the difference here. So if you happen to take the one on the right, you get 50% more goods. These numbers will be multiplied by 1.5, rounded up, I believe. So that's 6 multiplied by a 50% increase. You're going to get 9 as a yield. That's what that percentage means. But for now, I'm going to go with the left because I don't want to make barrels. And that is actually a really, really good perk to have. So let's go with the left. And so now that perk goes to the bottom left corner. And so for every minute, currently in our warehouse, we don't have any barrels, but we're going to start seeing barrels show up for free every minute. And I highly recommend getting that early on if you're doing the tutorial. All right, so let's put... Okay, so what you could do also with the farm, before it gets constructed, fully constructed, you can move it around for free. And then you can actually deactivate it. So here in this situation, right, if you move it, it actually resets. So currently it's 2. Back in the days, you could actually move the farm for free and also move the materials that they've loaded up into the construction. But now they've nerfed it. So if you actually move this, for example, it should actually reset. See that? It should teleport all that back. So that the trick where you used to move the stuff for free with the materials loaded no longer works. So if you're watching any of my older VODs, I highly recommend, you know, watching the newer ones from today beyond, because then you'll see that the tricks that I used to use no longer works. Okay? So the other thing too is that you can actually deactivate the construction. So that way they take a pause. So we'll go ahead and just pause that for now and then move it around as we need to. Okay. All right, so now this is the last state. Remember how I told you that if you don't do anything to the hearth, right? The hearth will... Well, actually, this is... Okay. This is wrong, by the way. Okay. FYI, this is another bug in the tutorial, okay? In the real live version of the game, there are actually 4 states. This one prematurely triggered the 4th state immediately, which is not normal, okay? This is a bug in the tutorial, and again, developers, please fix this to be consistent with the rest of the game, because this is the only time that the hearth going out actually kicks in the penalty, right? They will normally tell you the hearth is going out, the resolves do not change immediately, right? The hearth minus 20 does not get removed immediately. This is actually the very last state in the game, or in the hearth penalty thing, right? Normally, when you take the workers off the hearth, you can actually get a few seconds leeway time to fill up the hearth, like this, right? And put the worker back and deliver it, like this, and it'll reset like that. That is not normal. FYI, this is a bug. Developers need to like make this particular hearth mechanic consistent with the rest of the game. But as a trick, you can do what I just told you to do with the rest of the game by taking that worker out from the hearth, because it gives you more workers to be able to cut trees or do whatever the hell it is that you want to do. So here we're gonna do that. I'm just clearing this out so that I can actually... Normally this is not what I would do, by the way, in terms of clearing the trees. I would already be setting up my housing, but they didn't give me any housing, which is also really confusing because they gave us the housing just last game as an unlock. So everything in this tutorial is kind of already not normal. So I'm just going to go directly to the farm to explain to you. But normally I would already set up my housing. I would do other things instead of just cutting the trees like this. But for the purpose of what I want to tell you or explain to you, I'm just carving this out right now. Right? Because normally when you first start the game, diving into the farm is not your first priority. Alright? Because they gave us a whole lot of time, that's fine. But this is not normal. If you do happen to get soil in your glade when you do a normal town run, settlers mode, it is not wise to use all your workers to immediately create the farm fields like this. Right? It's not wise to try to build the farm in your first season, because you're almost always not gonna get a full harvest out of it. Literally not almost. Like you might only get one if you're lucky. All right, if you're lucky, if you're fast enough, and you have enough workers. But it's not advised to start start planting and messing around with your farm, even if you have the soil in your thing. So let's go ahead and take a couple of these guys out. And then I want priorities to all of these farms. So here's another trick there. You can say, if you want priorities to all the farms, instead of going through one of them one at a time, hold the shift key, and now all the fields actually have a higher priority. A little trick there. Alright, so now we've cleared out the farm. Alright, I want now to explain to you how the farming works. So when you first start the game, and your citadel is not fully upgraded, of course, you don't get the extra farm range extension. So the current range of your farm is only 3. If you got the full max citadel upgrade, you can increase your range up to 4. Right? So that box right now indicates the range of your farm. So my farm right now is not activated. It's not fully built. So you want to place your farm in such a way where you cover as much of the soil as possible. So in this case over here on the left, right, this here will ignore this set here, right? Right now, there's no full efficient way to get everything with just one farm on this top row. That's why I decided to pick the bottom here, just so that I can explain it better. So in this case here, you're gonna miss out on this. This farmer here is not gonna get that. So the top row here, you're gonna need to get more than one farm. And maybe they did that just so that people do more than one farm. So to get the other coverage, you're gonna need another farm over here, right? To get to this side here, and then this farm over here is gonna ignore this. Right now, this egg is also in the way. So here's the other thing I wanna also teach you, right? That I don't necessarily mean that you should use it, but I do want to at least point it out. It's possible to do. If you want to get rid of resources, it's just, if you have like some OCD, or there's some reason why you want to get rid of something, you can. You hit the X button like this, and you move over here, right? This charge right here is a meat node, has 15 charges. This one has 15 charges. This is 15. If for some reason later in the game, and there are certain situational times where you want to get rid of something, you can delete this. And so in this case, let's say I want to delete this. It will pop up a message and say, hey, you're going to delete this. You're going to lose 15 charges. I'm going to say yes for this just so that I can demonstrate this. It's not a good idea to delete your resource nodes in your glades. I just want to reiterate that. Don't do that. But there are times where there's resource nodes out in the glade somewhere. It's far away. It's in the middle of something. You might want to put down a warehouse early, or you might want to put down a hearth ASAP to reduce your hostility. And you don't need that resource ever. Go ahead, you can delete it, right? So we'll delete that right now. And then if I want to clone the small farm, I can hit the shift key like this, and I can just place this down here. And now this farm here covers that side, and this farm here covers that side, right? And I'm going to go ahead and clone that and put it over here so it covers everything. That's fine. And we'll do that. I'm going to change the priorities on this. I'm going to disable this right now. Right. So yes, the other thing too is that you can actually choose what recipe you want. I'll cover this actually during this tutorial, because it's a great example. Great time to explain all this. So here, as you can see, after you've fully, built the farm, the move now costs 1 plank, right? But you could actually rotate it for free. So here I only have 1 plank. If you want to rotate this building, you can actually roll your mouse over it like this with an R key, and you rotate the direction of the farm. Why that direction matters? Sometimes it does, because you want to rotate it towards where the warehouse is or where the field is, because the warehouse, towards the warehouse direction. So that way they walk that direction. So that's also important. All right, so this one right here, I'm going to lift that with my V key. And I'm going to put it over here. And I'm going to deactivate this. Or activate it, right? Activate. Enable it. And so that way this covers also this. Alright, so during the drizzle season is the only time you can actually plant something. It takes 30 seconds to plant. So the green arrow plants 30 seconds to harvest. So let's go ahead and take these guys out. I'm going to put them over here. Alright, so this here is called the farm field. This is available here. You click on this. You can also drag it like this. See that? That's a drag. There isn't a way to actually remove it with a drag. Alright, so it says here, fire's going out. Here we go. Fire's going out. So now, because it's in pause mode, actually fire's going out, I can actually click on this. And then you can actually send a worker there to replace it. And boom. Usually you will have more time than that. Just FYI. Let me take this off. I'll leave it there for now. I'm gonna put the humans on there for now, since we don't need all those builders. Okay, so here's another trick too, is a lot of people also don't know this trick, right? You can actually click on the farm, click on this, and you can actually do this, rather than going down here and clicking on this. So that's another little trick there. You can click on this to get all that built in time. And cloning, like I said, shift, and drag it like that, and gets all that done. So here, 27 seconds, we're not going to be able to plant all that. And you can see here, sown fields, which is 0 out of 11. I did not get any of that completed. Right? Because of the time frame. And humans, if you notice, they have the proficiency of 10%. Alright, so this part of the tutorial where it's important, right? I did this too slow, so I didn't get any farming in time. But what's very important about this is to understand is the 10% chance of sowing the field is actually applied during the drizzle season. Right at the start when they plant. I actually mentioned this during the last run tutorial. But here is the example that we can actually talk about it. So when you have 0 out of 11 at the end of your drizzle and you don't actually finish doing this, that means you need to have more workers at the start of your drizzle season next year and have more workers to be able to fully sow this to 11. This 10% is actually applied during the drizzle only. So your 10% chance of producing double yield, let me go ahead and just throw a couple of guys down here and see if they can start working just to show you. Okay. We don't have a whole lot of time left in the season, so she's not going to finish this in time. But I only want to demonstrate this point. This bonus spinning wheel 10% thing is only during the drizzle season. So if she does get a 12% or 12 grain yield from this one field that she's planting on, each one is a field, right? She is working on this one field, or it might be this one. I think it's this one right here that she's working on, right? This 6 goes in here. The 10% proc chance is calculated at the beginning. This number 6 may be 12, right? It may be 12, but the game UI is currently not giving you that information. It's hiding that information. So if it does actually indeed be a 12 grain node right here, it will not show up right here during the spin. Because it's already predetermined though, but it will not show up here. It's still going to show that she's planting 6, which is fine. And this chick here is trying to plant it over here. It's 6. We're not going to have enough time, so it's going to stop. Right? It's going to stop. And remember I told you to enable auto pause for each season, right? So we're now in the clearance season. This is the season that we'll harvest. So if at the end of your drizzle season, at the beginning of your clearance, you don't get 0 out of 11, that means you didn't have enough workers in your farm field had you started at the beginning of the drizzle, right? I started late, so I didn't have enough time. It takes 30 seconds to plant all of this. The farm field is actually done one at a time. So let's say, I'm gonna unpause this. You'll see that it didn't finish, right? So let's say I only have one worker in this building, and I have currently 11 farm fields in my radius. If I only have one worker, they will take 30 seconds to plant this spot, or this spot here, whatever it is, right? And then once they're done with their 30 seconds, this will now change to the graphics associated to the crop that's planted. They will now move on to the next one, right? And they'll repeat that process 11 times, 30 seconds. So you'll need to do the math and go, oh, well, is one worker enough to plant all 11 with 30 seconds planting time within the however long the drizzle season is, which in a normal game is 4 minutes. Okay, there are variables associated to this. You cannot use that number that I just told you straight up and go 11 times 30. Oh, that's the magic number I need. I'm set, right? That's not true. You also need to factor in how far they are from the hearth, because every worker needs to take breaks, go get something to eat, which is something I need to do. I'm skipping my break intervals here. So here in the encyclopedia, you click on this, you click on species, and then you can learn about break intervals. This is very important. If you guys want to know everything there is to know about each of the species, humans have a 2-minute break interval. Beavers, 2. Lizards have a 1 minute 40 seconds. That means that they will go eat at the hearth, they'll get their needs fulfilled, and then after their needs are fulfilled, right, they take their break. After their break is over, there is a break interval in between breaks, right? So this 2 minutes is an in-between break. So this 2 minutes is that time frame that's allocated for their working time. So during that 2 minutes, right, she could go, you know, boom, 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 whatever, do 4. Probably not 4, maybe 3. I think 4 might be a stretch. It might be 4. I actually don't know, as I haven't timed it. But they might do 4, boom, boom, boom. And that's probably the maximum that they'll be able to do, unless you reduce the planting time. There are things in the game that will reduce the planting time. There are things in the game that will reduce the harvesting time, right? But for all points or intents and purpose right now, the 30 seconds is how long it'll take them to plant it. If you only have one worker, they have to go through all of this one at a time, 30 seconds, and then you factor in the distance they take to go to the hearth to take their break, okay, which is walking time. So when they're on break, there's not a specific time associated to their break. Yes, well, there is, but it doesn't include the walk time. So technically, the time for their break is longer than their actual break time. I don't actually know the number for how long they spend on break itself, the actual time that they stand in the hearth. I think it might have been 5 seconds, maybe? 1 second, 2 seconds? It's really short, right? So now, so this chick right here, she's idle, right? So they'll go on their break time, and then they'll go back over here, and then they'll resume their harvest. So you cannot depend on the numbers 30 and then the 11 tiles. So if you don't fully fully sow or plant everything in the drizzle season, you need to add another worker, right? So 2 workers now will do this tile, this tile, this tile, this tile, and then now you've cut your workload in half. But is that enough for 11 fields? In this situation, probably, since the hearth is pretty close nearby. There are times when it's cutting it close, and so you might end up with a 10 out of 11. I've found that 11 is so a lot of times you'll get 11 to 12 as your starting soil patch in small glades and in your starting hearth, in your starting glades. This is not usual. This is not normal here. You will never get a 15, 17 in your starting glade ever. Just letting you know. All right, so with 11, I've found that 2 is cutting it close. Sometimes they will get all 11. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes I'll see 10. If you want to be on the safe side and min-max and fully harvest, right, you want to set up a second farm, which we'll do right now. Right, I'm going to do that right now. And I'm ignoring a lot of things right now, like, you know, food and all that stuff, because it's a tutorial. It's not important. I just want to explain the most important thing during the tutorial is the farming, because this is the very important thing that will help you for the rest of your Against the Storm runs. And a lot of players keep asking me this, like, why do you have 2 farms? I want to have this VOD and this timestamp to point people to go to this. Right, so let me go ahead and talk about the other part. So during the clearance season, they will spend their time harvesting whatever's here. Right now we have nothing to harvest, so I can't really show you that part. Right? The harvest season, the number here on the first number is how many crops that you will have planted from the first season, and they'll show up during the harvest season clearance. So if you have, say, for example, 10 out of 11, right? That means you missed a planting during the clearance or the drizzle. But let's say you did get everything and your number now is 11 out of 11. That means every single one of these fields now have crops in them. What you need to understand is that there is an internal storage of 20 maximum right now. This number could increase based on your Citadel upgrade. You can actually lower this if you want to. I don't recommend it. And then you can also force, you know, empty that out. So during the harvest season, the clearance, they will spend their time, like before, with a spinning wheel to gather the crop, harvest the crop, right? So let's say if that was finished and that was finished, and I had 2 workers, this one will go over here and harvest it, and this one will harvest it. The crop will automatically, well, not automatically, it will have to carry it back from here to here to the warehouse. This will fill up. If this happens to be a 12, like remember how we said the chance of producing double yield, that 6, while she's spinning this, it will still say 6, okay? So let's say if this happens to be the chick here that's harvesting this, and the wheel is spinning, it will show that she's harvesting 6, which is not true. It's hidden. It might actually do X2, bing, with the yellow X2. She'll get 12 delivered back to the warehouse, right? Instead of 6. Okay, so that 12 will actually be after she finishes the harvest, okay? And it only shows up after. You do not need to have humans, so this is the other important part. You do not need to have humans in the clearance season to get the proc chance, because like I said, it was already calculated during the drizzle season. So for example, now you can have beavers, for example, right? You can actually have beavers to do the harvest instead of the humans, right? Even though the beavers have no specialization, no little spinny thingy, they will still get that 12 if that was already predetermined in the drizzle season, the X2 12 count, right? Double chance was already predetermined at the start of the planting. So you do not need humans anymore necessarily at all to harvest the grains from these little patches, right? Now, why would you need more workers beyond the 2 or even 3 that I just explained to you, right? Let me take this out. Let me just move this over here. I'm gonna lift this up. I'm gonna pay the cost to move this because I do want to demonstrate this to you guys. Okay. So here, you know, let's say you had the humans here and then you had the humans here, and then you didn't have anybody here, and you just decided to go with just 2, right? Because 2 is cutting it close. And as I mentioned to you earlier, since 2 is cutting it close, right? You want to be safe during the planting season to have 3 just to cover all this. Let's say you throw in all the humans in here, right? If you had 4 humans, throw in 4 humans, right? It does not matter, right? why that is the case, right? You're not losing any efficiency by filling out the entire building with workers. You need to enable something here. Let me show you. This is another tip and trick. Go to gameplay. Go to gameplay and enable this idle farmers indicator. It's probably off by default. If you're a brand new player starting the game for the first time, it's off by default. And they intentionally did that because they don't want to overwhelm you with alert messages. I had to argue for you guys to get this feature. You can thank me also for this, because this is something that I've been arguing with them in the background. I've argued with them on the bug report forum and the feedback forum. They actually said that they intentionally didn't want to have idle alert symbols like this. I'll show you what that means. Right? See how that alert symbol started showing up? Right? And in these buildings here, let me go ahead and do this and show you. Right? And the reason why this is here is because they're taking their coffee break, right? That alert message, thanks to me, because I actually told them and pushed them for this, and I had to campaign a lot of players to upvote this. They said no, that was intentional, that, the farmers actually do have something to do all year round, but why in the hell would you have people sitting in the farm and not show us an idle indication and say that, oh, well, they always have something to do every year, every season? Just because they have something to do every season doesn't mean that you shouldn't show us the idle alert. They're now sitting here for 3 minutes and 16 seconds doing nothing, and you're not even bothering to tell me that they're idle, right? It's worse when it was like 6 minutes last season, right? So I was really frustrated because I'm always having to check the farm to see if there's anybody idle to take it out. They actually now included the idle message like this for you to be able to go and take this off. So why is this very helpful, and why is this tip very important? Well, if you happen to load up all your workers, they finish their task in the first 30 seconds or whatever minute, yeah, just because they have something to do next season, there's no reason to leave them idle in your farm, right? You could take them all off like this, right? And then reroute them somewhere else, because the idle indicator works on any other building. Why shouldn't it be the case on the small farm? And so they told me like, oh, you need to make a feedback and you need to make suggestions and tell every community members to like your suggestion, and then we'll consider changing it, right? So I campaigned for this significantly. Yeah. So now we have that little option enabled. Their reasoning was they did not want to flood the screen with so many exclamation marks. And I'm like, well, if it's an option and if somebody really wants this, why not have it as an option? All right, so anyways, why do I have 3 of them, right? So let's going back to the whole 3 multiple farmers thing, or even 4, right? So during the clearance season, which is the harvest season right now, they will gather the grains. So if you happen to proc this like 11 times and you get like grains, this warehouse fills up pretty quickly, right? You get 12 and you get another 12, right? Boom. 2 guys proc. What are they going to have to do? They have to empty out their resources, right? So if you have only 2 workers and only 1 farm, right? And you fill this up right away with two crops, what's going to happen? They're going to spend their time delivering the 24, 12 times 2, yeah, 24, right? Or 12 times 2 is 24, right? 24, yeah. So they're going to spend their time emptying out their internal storage all the way back to the warehouse. And then if they happen to go on coffee break, they're going to stop and go to the warehouse for that. And then they're going to go back to this and then deliver all this. So why players always ask me, why do you have 4 workers in your warehouse? Why do you have 6 or 3, whatever the hell it is, right? Well, that's because you have, or whoever, if you have like a warehouse that's really far, you need more workers because you're not going to empty that out fast enough. And they go on break, you're not going to get all of the crops, right? So by having more farms and more workers, right, this guy here will at least take care of these two during that time frame. This guy here will take care of these two. And then if you happen to have another farm building, right, at least this guy, these two guys here will take care of these two. And then by the time this guy comes back, these are already done. He can work on these here, and then this guy will repeat the same process, right? And then this will be done. So the 4 minutes time frame is not long enough for 2 workers to empty this out. I can guarantee you that from experience. So why you have two farm buildings, it's so that you can empty it out during the harvest season. During the plowing season, right? The plowing season. We'll get to that in the next season here. I'll show you. The next season is the plowing season, which is the storm. If you roll your mouse over this, it'll explain to you what the plow field means. Plowing season is something that they can do during the storm. You would technically only need 1 worker to plow 11, right? You don't need 2 workers. You could use 2 workers. I mean, I still recommend doing 2 workers. You don't need 4 workers to plow, but it doesn't hurt, right? Because now you have this farmer idle indicator. If you have like 4 workers plowing it in the first year or even whatever, you will get your plowing done in the first like 20 seconds or whatever it is, right? And then just take them off. And then the rest of the season during the storm, they can do something else. And like I said, it does not hurt to have more farm buildings, right? If you had technically, and I demonstrated this at one point, that if you technically had enough, farms around this, and you had like 11 workers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And this is all around, all full coverage, right? If you had, and this is 10 times 2 is 12. So you put in 11 workers and not use the last slot. If you did this and filled it all up, and you just so happen to have 11 humans, right, for example, if you did this, they will finish all that in the first 30 seconds of your drizzle season, and then you can just immediately remove all of it, and then you have the rest of your drizzle season with your workers somewhere else, doing something else. And then you can go back to the harvest season and fill them all back up, and they all individually take 1 out, right? You can remove 1 worker off of each building and let the remaining 1 guy empty the warehouse out. And then the other 6 or 5, the other 5 will go off and then do something else instead after the first 30 seconds of your clearance season, right? This is something that you could do. And most people don't understand that concept. And most people think, this is the common mistake that most people think, that you have to do, that there's only 1, they think, oh, I only need 1 building, right, per entire farm field. And the common mistake is, oh, I need to go find more soil field here in this glade. I need to find another farm field here. And they always do 1 farm per patch, 1 farm per patch. And they're like, oh my god, I'm running out of food. I'm not getting enough farm. And they keep having to open these glades and creating more problems for themselves when they could have just done what I did here, do 2 farms, enough, and then they lock. Oh, here we go. The small warehouse. Okay. The next trick is you want to place your warehouse right next to the farm, right? Remember how I told you during the harvest season, the clearance, they got to empty this out. So if you're a warehouse, your main warehouse is over here, they got to walk all the way over here and keep moving those 24 goods back, right? So the best thing to do is to get the small warehouse closer, or the warehouse closer by building the small warehouse next to your farm. So that way, when there's 22 here, or 24, whatever the hell it is, right? They just walk right over here and they're done. And they go back and they take care of more plowing, right? That's the best thing to do, right? If you don't have a warehouse near your farm, then start adding more farm buildings, right? Now, it so happens that the hearth is next to this, so that's great. But later in the game, when you find, let's say you don't find you get the soil at the start of your glade area, right? And this is not very normal, right? and you find your soil over here, or you find your soil over here, right? You want to build a hearth over here next to your farm fields, because, as I just explained to you, they're going to go take their coffee break over here, and they're going to go walk back over here to their little, farm building, and then do their harvesting. So if you're struggling with food and you're struggling with farming and you don't understand why you're not always getting enough food or farm done, that's because you don't have a hearth next to your farm field, right? So I played today, and yes, I had idle workers, and so it's not great for casual players. Right, it's not a great idea for casual players to have idle workers here, and I highly encourage players to understand that mechanic, right? Don't just leave your worker there and walk away. It requires a slight micromanagement, but this will save you a whole lot of time by paying attention to the alert icon. All right, Zombie asks, what about building warehouses right next besides the farm? Yeah, Zombie, exactly. I just explained that right now, right? So the thing that I always do is have a warehouse next to my farm, and I always try to get a hearth nearby the farm itself so that they reduce their travel time to take breaks. So they will go to the nearest hearth to take their break, and they will take the nearest warehouse to deliver goods. And it's very important to have extra workers. So how do you get extra workers? Well, you need more buildings, right? Okay, so remember how I mentioned to you at the beginning of the season, if you get 11 out of 11, right, for sown fields, that means you successfully did planting in drizzle. Perfect. Now, at the end of your clearance, right, at the end of your clearance, right before the storm, I'm going to go ahead and bypass this, right? Great idea. Yep. So, yeah, I have seen you explain this yesterday. Right, yeah. So I just want to explain this again today, so that way players are watching this for the first time, my VOD, get an understanding of farming, because it's very important to understand the farming mechanic. This will carry you really far through the hardest difficulty of the Queen's Hand, knowing this. So let's go ahead and fast forward this, right? So let's say they're all whatever the hell they're doing, and you've got like 3 guys assigned to this, and they're harvesting, blah, 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 right? And then you've got 11, right? Throughout the season, the 11 goes down to like, 9, 8, 10, or whatever the hell, right? If at the end of the clearance season, right before the clearance season is over, like a few seconds, right? Look at your farm field. If this number here, right before the storm begins, if this number here is not 0, then that means you screwed up, right? And believe me, I've screwed up a few times forgetting to assign workers. That means that you did not add enough workers, right? So even if you had all 4 workers, right, and there's reasons why you might actually have a third building, right, or even more, right? Because there's a couple of factors again in this. There may be modifiers in the game that penalizes your harvest speed, right? There are cornerstones that go, hey, we're gonna give you a boost in this area, but for like wood cutting or whatever the hell it is, right? In exchange, we're gonna penalize your planting, right? I think of it's called the Rudy Ground whatever cornerstone, right? Where you get extra wood, but in exchange you get penalized 25% speed reduction for grain and veggies. So these numbers will then take longer to harvest, right? So if you get things that, penalizes your harvesting, then you want to pay attention to how many actual workers is required to fully get everything harvested at the end of your clearance. So if you maximize it with all four people in the thing, and at the near the end of your harvest, and you're sitting there still with like 3 or 4/11, and then the storm is kicking in with like 10 seconds left till the storm, and you didn't get this down to 0, what does that mean? Well, you need to get more workers. What does more workers mean? Well, you need more worker slots. What does more worker slots mean? You need to build another farm, right? Farms, extra buildings, right? Now, here's the other thing that I also want to explain. You do not necessarily need another farm, per se, if you actually have a plantation. So sometimes players will see me mix match, right? Why do you have like 3 different farm types on the patch? Why not just do like one farm type or 2 farms of the same type here, right? Why that is important, right? Here's another thing. The small farm gives you only 2 recipes to choose from, right? You can choose between these things. You can choose to plant veggies. Each field only can take 1 type, right? So if you happen to have both of these at the same time, right, and you only have 2 workers, they're going to try to evenly distribute planting. So the key word here is they're going to try. They're not going to do it. It's not guaranteed that you're going to have an exactly even split. All that varies based on their travel time, their, the whole coffee break time and everything. The best way to get a reasonable even split is having this set to whatever, and then having the other one set to whatever, right? It's still not 100% guaranteed, but at least it's some way to get an even split. If you have both, developers did recently fix the hotfix, and they try to make it so everything is even. Having a third or second farm type. So let's say I have a plantation here as this one instead of this farm. You'll have at least, say, berries as an option. So that is the reason why you might have a second farm type, because you might want to share this with, say, the plantation, right? So let's say you want to have half of this filled up with berries and half with the grain, then go here and go, hey, I want all grains, and then go over here and say, I want, assuming this is berries, I want half of this to be berries, right? And you want to split your worker count with 2. Or if you want to tilt it with, say, I only want a third of that to be berries and more, grain or something like that, then you do 2 of these guys and do 1, right? So that's just different ways to kind of like even or do a distribution. Now, the reason why I started talking about the plantation and maybe even the herb garden, for example, and the forester's hut. The forester's hut uses also farm fields. All the farm soil buildings can gather or harvest anything that's on the board. So just because I have small farm here and this building here placed the berries right here, and this one was berries, and this right, or berries or whatever, right? And for some reason I didn't have enough workers and I didn't throw them down into the plantation, it doesn't matter. This guy here will still gather the berries, so they will cross harvest from something that was planted in another building. So you might see some berries in this thing here, right? You might see some herbs, you might see some roots. That's great. Like I explained to you in the last earlier on, that the planting is the season that determines the production chance. So you don't necessarily need humans in those buildings. So the forester's hut is a little different. The forester's hut does not have a human specialization. The forester's hut actually is a beaver specialization. And the beavers need to be used during the drizzle season in the forester's hut if you want that extra 10% chance of planting the crystallized dew bars and the resins. But once you've done that during the drizzle season with the beavers, you can take all the beavers out and give them the wood cutting task during the clearance, and then dump a bunch of humans inside the forester's hut, and that's going to be fine because you're still going to get your 10% proc chance or production chance. So that's a little tip there for you to understand. Are the different plants have different timing, or is it all the same? Okay, so for the most part, all the crops are the same, with the exception of the forester's hut. I don't know if I have the forester's hut unlocked here. It may not be. They may not have the forester's hut. Yeah, it's not available. So I can't show that to you here because I'm in a brand new profile. You'll have to unlock the forester's hut. But with the forester's hut, it does have a longer planting time and a longer harvesting time. So keep that in mind, pay attention. And that's an example of why you want to have more workers filling up the the worker slots just so that you can get everything done. Now, it does not hurt to overfill your worker slots because, like I said, if you get everything done in time, right, you can actually then take them off. Now, here's the thing, though, about if you happen to do that trick, right? Do not depend on the exclamation mark idleness, okay? Because if you want to harvest everything and dump all your workers in, just pay attention to the number, right? If the number goes down to 0, then only then is it a good idea to take workers off. So let's say if I had all these workers, right, and this number goes down to 0, and I've got shit in the warehouse to be delivered, right? Then leave one worker so they actually empty this out, but you can then take the other workers off. But don't depend on the exclamation mark because that's not very efficient, because the remaining workers are probably just going to spend their time unloading the stuff, and they're not going to be, idle. They're actually not idle because they're actually doing something, right? But it's not efficient, I say, is because during the storm, they have nothing else to do other than plowing, and plowing is really fast, right? So you can let those extra the workers that's remaining in the farm to empty the warehouse out, and then they'll go idle during the storm, right? I love you, but make it difficult. Now it makes it more difficult about the which part is difficult, never spoil. About the idleness. Yeah, you'll understand that once you play it. The maximum efficiency. So let's go ahead and get into the storm phase, and then you'll see what we're talking about with the plow fields. Alright, so now we are in the storm season, and everything that's on the board is removed. Hey, never spoil. Thank you for that resub. Alright, so this is the season now to plow or buff your farm fields. So let's go ahead and do that. So normally, one worker immediately at the start of the season should be able to take care of all 11. Now, let's say you effed up and you're like, oh shit, I forgot to put workers, because, we removed everything out of the field, the farm building, because you completely harvest fast. And other reasons why you might want to have extra farm buildings is so that if you panic and you're like, oh shit, I forgot to put workers in to plow, that allows you to fill up extra workers last minute to get everything done. So in this case, right, I'm putting in 4 workers, and they're plowing really fast. And then when they plow, you'll see the sparkles, right? It's buffed. There's a visual showing that there's an extra 10% chance added to each of the farm fields. Right, so here you can see the number 8 out of 11. Right? And once that reaches 11 out of 11, you can actually take all these guys off. You don't have to worry about it. You can go on coffee break, right? You've now successfully finished whatever you need to do associated to farming during the storm, right? If you happen to finish that early at the beginning, they will give you an exclamation mark, take them off, make them do something else, for example. They can go over here and work, for example. Do whatever the hell that you want, because now it's all buffed. So in this case, on this left side here, right, your farm doesn't get everything, so you might want more farms than just this. I can tell you for certain, with 17, this here to get everything, you're probably gonna need 4, right? At least 3, definitely, absolutely, at least 3 to get all 17 harvest all the way in the clearance season. 4 for sure to actually get the harvest. 3 to probably get by for planting. It's going to definitely be 3 to get all the planting done. All right, so let's go ahead and keep going here. Let's complete this now that we've done that part. Now it wants me to do shelter home. Let's take care of the shelter home. Boom. This is the same as before. Alright, same as before. And this is all buffed and ready to go for next season. So now we are in the drizzle season. So here, I'm going to go ahead and load up 4. Actually, 3. Like I said, 3 is usually good enough. So I will now fully be able to demonstrate to you guys the whole thing at the start. We also get a cornerstone choice. Alright, so another little bit here to explain some confusion with grain bags, right? This is a very confusing cornerstone sometimes. A lot of players misunderstand this. I included, for the first time when I got this cornerstone as a choice, grain production increased by +1 for every 25 times it's produced. So this here is confusing because it does not count the actual 6. So let's say I only have 1 worker here and there's not 3, right? And I only ended up with 1 sowed fields out of 11 out of the whole entire time. And then during the harvest season, she didn't get a proc chance or a production chance. She only got 6, right? So let's say, hypothetically, as an example, so that you guys understand the whole grain bag thing. This grain bag counter number, every 25 times, only increases by 1. It does not increase by 6. The 6 that we produce is not 6 produced. It's actually the 1 time that we produced grains. And it just so happens to be produced once with a yield of 6. Right? So that's very confusing. And I do want to clarify. You have to do 25 harvests, full harvests, to make that +1 a benefit. So let's say I take this 50% amount goods for the brewery. It's not really that great. It's not important right now. It just means that it's similar to the last game where we had 50% produced amount of crude workstation. So I want to at least take this so that you can see, because it's really good to take a look at it. So it will actually tell you your progress towards your 25. So if I only had 1 at the end, even if she does a double yield chance with the 12, right? If she does 12, the produced is still 1. It's not 12. It's not 2, right? That's what I at least want to explain. People think it is based on... I made this mistake before. I actually gave some bad advice before because I misunderstood what that cornerstone means. Need to produce 25 to get 1. Yes? Need to harvest 25 to get 1. Now, here's the thing about this also, right? It's also via gathering. It's not just from farming. It's not just from farming. If you happen to have... Now, this map does not have... Okay, it doesn't show you. This map does not have wheat nodes, the grain nodes. On maps like Marshlands and Scarlet Orchard, these separate biomes, there's another biome type that will have grain nodes. So in those situations, it's basically the number of charges, right? So let's say if you look at this, right, it says 15 charges, right? The produced values in that sense is basically the charges. So if you gather one charge, it counts towards this. Even if you do a double yield off of it, right? For some reason, you have humans in there, and you actually have like a 22% chance of, or 34% chance of getting it, right? It procs and it becomes 2. Or if you had like a +1, grain perk, right? A +1 grain perk, or +3 or 4, whatever grain perk, right? At the end of the day, it's still that one gather, which is 1 charge. So that's very important to notice or know. And most people confuse it thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna get that +1 right away. Well, what does that mean then at the end of the day? 11. Well, if I can only get 11 at most a year, how long is it gonna take me to get that +1? So there are times when you need to do the math and go, oh my god, this is so great. And then you realize, well, is that going to really pay out? Am I going to take advantage of that? After 1 year? No. 2 years? No. 2.5 years? I will already have 3 years pass because you can't harvest during the year that it goes to 25. So it'll be 22 years, and the third year you still have to plant 4 and harvest 4. So the drizzle season will already pass, the clearance season will already pass. So this means if I only had 11 fields, I'm not going to see this bonus for another 3 years, right? So you want to think twice about taking that. I only took it just because I'm trying to demonstrate this to you guys. I didn't take it just because it's awesome, right? You need to do some math and go, when am I going to fully take advantage of this grain node? If you're going to win in like 3 years and your 4th year, or you might win in your 4th year, right? That +1 is not going to be worth anything in your 4th year because you would have already won by your 4th year. So these are little things that you need to pay attention to and go, okay, well, I can't take advantage of this because I'm going to win this before like year 4, right? This is the tutorial. So this is a trap. This would not be my recommendation, FYI, if you're currently playing the tutorial number 2. The only reason I took this was just to explain this to you. Okay? So that brewery plus 50%, now you look back and you go, oh, that makes more sense. Right? We don't have a brewery right now anyways, but anyways, let's go on. Let's move on. Alright, so the 3-minute perk though, oh yeah. So here's the other clarification, right? The 3-minute perk, right? So if you happen to have a perk that gives you 3 grains per minute, okay? And the common question that people will ask is, does that count towards this? The answer is no. Okay? Do not think that if you have a 3 grains per minute perk and you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna take advantage of the 3-minute perk and this is gonna be so amazing because I'm producing grains or whatever, right? If you don't have a building that gets grain, but you happen to have a 3 grain per minute perk and you're taking this and thinking that you're gonna get like a shit ton of grains, no, you're not. Okay? And then that +1 here does not affect. So let's say I do finish this in 3 years, right? And my 4th year, I get that +1. In my 4th year, I'm not going to get +1 to the grain delivery line. Your 3 does not go to 4 per minute, right? No refunds, right? So another little tip here to understand what grain bags mean. Do not think that this applies to the delivery line for the grains. Do not think that the delivery line affects the grain bonuses or counter increase. All right? Oh no, right? Oh no, and no refunds. That is correct. And there are other things that's similar to this grain bag. There are things that's called the fungal guide, +1 for mushrooms. There's meat specialization, +1 for every 25, similar to the mushroom, +1 for every 25. There are situations where the +1 mushroom is amazing. That's marshlands. The meat is actually pretty good, +1, if you have meat nodes, if you are playing with a ranch, right? So those aren't terribly bad to take. The grain nodes may be a trap and will require some math and calculations to see whether you're going to benefit from that. Oh no, right? Oh no, no refunds. Okay, so here we're in a small trappers camp. That's fine, and they're gonna probably want us to build a small trappers camp and gather 5. All right, so we're gonna put that. You know what? It's here. Put this over here. We're gonna put the trappers camp right here for now. Travel time. All right, so we have 3 workers planting. We're gonna find out if 3 is going to fully plant everything. And if we don't hit the 11 out of 11, that means we need 10 more workers. And I know that that the 3 workers are going to be more than enough because they actually gave us 6 minutes. So technically, I could have just gotten away with 2. And I think this is the common mistake why people think that 2 workers is enough. And the tutorial is very misleading because people go, oh, 2 workers, I got everything done, right? The tutorial gave you 6 minutes. Of course you're going to get all 11 with 2 people in the farm, right? It's all based on the number of the number of minutes in your clearance. So one of the things that's really, really good to have, okay, so when you have a cornerstone that's called whatever it is, where it gives you like an extra 25% drizzle or a extra 25% clearance, it does buy you an extra minute to harvest, or it does buy you an extra minute to plant, and it also extends, you know, the bonuses that you get for your forest mystery. I personally prefer, if I had to choose between a drizzle and a clearance, I usually like to take the clearance if I'm farming, because then I have more time to harvest and I don't have to put in as many workers to harvest. Right? I found the tutorial a lot misleading. Yes, yeah. The tutorial is very misleading a lot. And so that's why people walk away with the tutorial thinking, oh, I only need like 1 farm and 2 workers. I'm always getting my thing done. The rest of the game, I'm going to go by that rule of thumb, 2 workers, one farm, 1 patch, right? That is just not the way to go. All right, so let's go ahead and put this over here. Throw down some lizards because they're good at meat. Okay, so one more thing though. If you happen to have, say, the meat specialization or the mushroom specialization, right? The +1 for every 25 times it's produced. Now, I told you that the yield itself does not matter, and I told you the grain lines does not matter. And it's based on the per node or per charge. When else does it increase, right? Well, let's say if you happen to have the meat specialization, and if your trees, in this case the trees do not, but if your trees happen to give you meat, like say the sealed forest or the coral forest, that extra yield chance from the tree charge does count towards this specialization, right? Or let's say if you had meat as a byproduct from eggs, right? And the primary is eggs and the secondary is meat. The meat does count towards the meat specialization gain, right? That's a slight difference there. Some people also aren't aware of that. So that's why in marshlands, when I say the fungal guide is amazing, is because marshlands, the byproduct of the trees are mushrooms. And so every time you chop a tree and you get that 25% chance of getting mushrooms back, I think 30 or 25, something like that, right? You're gonna snowball the mushrooms plus gain quite significantly on marshlands, to the point where your woodcutters are going to probably spend more time removing mushrooms than wood. And that's something you also want to be careful about. But it's amazing on marshlands getting the fungal guide. Like, literally, you can fill up your entire thing with mushrooms and then, like, 10 wood, right? You could get, like, 25 mushrooms or even, like, 100 mushrooms and 10 wood in your woodcutter's internal storage. That's how crazy it is on marshlands. Isn't it 50%? It's pretty high disposal. I can't remember. It might be 15. All I know is I looked at it. It's like, oh my god, this is really high. All right, so here we are at the drizzle season, and all the workers finished plowing. Now we have 11 out of 11. So let's go ahead and take this off, right? If we can take this off. They are idle. They have nothing else better to do. You can actually redirect them and tell them go somewhere else for the rest of the 3 minutes. Right? They can go do something else. and then go back and reassign them. There's no reason to leave them in the farm building during this time frame. So you now have extra workers to go do something else. And this is a very sloppy tutorial town. This is not my normal, like I said, build order. This is not how I play normally. The purpose of this tutorial is going over basic game mechanics that will help you when you do actually play for real. And they're not even showing you mysteries over here. They're not even showing you like your drizzle mystery bonuses. Right? So I don't want to go through... I should probably go through... but... the tips to go really fast, right? A lot of times is you could try to get these guys to be happy, right? And favor them. And remember how in the tutorial the guy says, hey, you gain a passive reputation gain if you can get them to be happy with the blue. So we're going to try to do some of that. Alright, so usually I do the Alt key, or well, in my case, the Tab key, because I remapped it, right? The worker overlay key is useful to find the worker. And as I explained during the last tutorial, you don't want to just assume that you can move this guy immediately, right? Let's say I want to move this guy, right? See how they're all working? And you're using, let's say you're using the worker overlay, and this guy is almost finished, right? And you see how there's 4 here? This guy's 1, and this guy's 1, right? And we currently have 11, right? If you were to use the overlay key like this and move this guy, right? Clicking on this guy and replacing him, right? Or even this guy, right? And you go like this, right? You can use the mouse wheels to move up and down the choices, right? And then you take this guy off like that, and then move him over here like this. You just missed out on like a potential harvest there, and he was almost done, right? See how it's 4? Well, gee, you just lost that time frame that he spent, like 24 seconds probably, right? And that's even worse on this, right? If he was in the middle of this and he was doing whatever it is, 55 seconds, right? He finished 55 seconds. There's 1 second left, and you were using the overlay key like this. You just basically screwed yourself for the time frame that he had spent. So that's why it's very important to check to see where they're at before moving them, right? And so, all right, so here I placed a lizard here in the hearth. I want to get this to be blue. And so I couldn't demonstrate this last game for you guys because that was not a possibility. In this game now, I can now show you, because they talked about it at the beginning of the tutorial here, that you can passively earn reputation by getting this guy to meet his threshold. And his threshold is 15. So by placing him in the hearth, I got +5 resolved to just this guy only. Alright, that +5 is only for the guy that's on the hearth. The other 2 did not get +5, but the other 2 did get the bonus from the +1, because, and everybody actually in the village gets +1. See how the humans, well, this is because I just did the favoring, so that's why it's also decreasing. So they're decreasing because I'm doing some favoring. So right now, what I did there was I did a favor. So the resolve for the lizards gets a +5, and then everybody else gets a -15. If you roll your mouse over, it'll tell you, right? Other species will suffer -5. And so now if you do happen to roll your mouse over these things and you see the numbers changing, that's because it's giving you a preview on what would happen if you click on this button. If I click on this button, I'm defavoring, and so defavoring will mean that 15 will now go back to 11. And so if I happen to click on this, right, that will go back to 13 because there is a cooldown to favoring. You can no longer favor something instantaneously like you used to. They actually nerfed it. So there's a 30 seconds cooldown right after you unfavor. So when I unfavor this guy, there's a spinning wheel that prevents me from favoring again either this guy or anybody else. So that's another important thing to see, right? So the rollovers give you a little preview on what would happen if you click on the button. You take your mouse off. The current preview now shows you where things are heading. So this guy is currently at 15. He's heading towards the 16. This guy's 9. He's heading towards the 8. That's his resolve. Blue means if you're lighted or your guy's blue already, it's all glowing blue, that means now you already are gaining the passive bonus. So that's what the blue means, right? And then you'll see that here when you roll your mouse down here, you'll see like, oh, 0.04 per minute. And so this is the rewards here, turning in your orders, is not the only way to win the game. A lot of players who play the tutorial or play like the Settlers difficulty, they think this is all you have to do to win, and they don't realize that there's more than one way to win. By gaining rep passively, you could avoid turning in one of these quests. So let's say, you know, I have 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? And I complete all of this, fine, I could win. But if this lizard gives me a full 1 point of reputation passively, I don't have to turn in my last order, or I don't have to turn in any orders, right? That's remaining to move to this last spot here. I can just win on resolve. And so that is another way to win. There are also events that will give you reputation gains. That's another way to win. Okay, so let me go ahead and turn this in now. We move the bar so we can get some reps. So here we get a smokehouse, and it wants me to build a smokehouse. It wants me to change my ingredients in the smokehouse to meat, and then it wants me to produce 20 jerky. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna move this out of the way. I did the V key, and the smokehouse is a food construction building, right? Food production, yep. And so remember how I told you, then the game doesn't tell you this. And this is the other thing, I actually went through this last game. I walked you through on how to do that with the crew's workstation. Again, I'm going to repeat the same tip here. Disable this as soon as you set up the smokehouse, right? And change this, right? Initially in the game, they'll default to all of this, right? Choose the option to disable, and I actually showed you guys this already. There's an option to choose to disable, enable and disable by default the ingredients. Right? Disable all ingredients and disable ingredients and recipe by default or whatever, right? So you want to do that, and always check just to be sure. Disable stuff so that way you don't accidentally use your fuel, right? Because like I said earlier, I always disable this by default so my workers don't use my 20 coal, because I can't produce coal right now. And I might need coal for another order. I might need coal for an event, right? So one of the first things you want to do is check to make sure you're not using anything that you might need later. Be sure that you're using the correct one. And also, if you happen to have this on, they're not gonna go to work right away. They're gonna deliver this, and then they're gonna deliver this, and then they're gonna randomly deliver something or use something to produce the jerky. So you don't want to do that. So the quest says enable this, choose this, right? So I'm gonna disable that. I'm gonna choose the meat. I mean, you could do that if you want. Right, I think that changes, right? Enable. Oh, okay, they didn't change it, right? That's fine. So go ahead and choose this. Oh, it didn't even change that. Oh, it wants you to do it after the building is done, right? So disable all of this. Otherwise, they're going to constantly deliver clay. They're going to constantly deliver everything that's in here. If it's enabled, they'll deliver whatever here that's enabled, and then this. And then only then, after things are loaded in the building, will they work on this. And if you want this done right away, you gotta focus on the exact things that's necessary, that's needed. Right. So we'll do that. Now, if you notice this specialization bonus, the lizard actually gets 2 benefits. If you roll your mouse over this, it actually shows meat. It actually shows the heart, the fire thing, right? Did you get responses about the warehouse bug fuel consumption from yesterday? Yes, I did, actually. He actually said, and I like, oh my god. I read that report, by the way. So really what they should do here in this little tooltip, they need to include the fuel delivery. It would help to say actions like villagers eating, scouting, solving events, and fuel delivery, right? So that will help, because otherwise it's confusing not knowing whether the fuel is actually included in that or not. So they really should include that in the tooltip. All right, so lizards. Let's finish building this up. Let's go ahead and hurry with that. And the lizard has 2 bonuses here and here. And I think this is the only building in the game where a species get both benefits at the same time. I can't think of another building where a single species gets 2 bonuses at the same time. Alright, so if you roll your mouse over, or not, sorry, if you click on this and see, there's 2 icons now that's associated to this, right? It lights up. So having lizard in the smokehouse is the best. I think grill, right? Maybe the grill. I think the grill also is happiness and proc chance, right? But it's also a lizard. So when you choose the lizard, right? See how the benefit goes up some more? If you roll your mouse over the green, it gives you a summary of what everything is in terms of that's giving you bonuses, right? So favoring gives me +5, the maximum I can get from resolve in terms of favoring. This green number here is contributing these numbers here, right? So that favoring is where I got the +5 from, right? And then the +1 maximum, that's this here. That's the species bonus for the lizard and the hearth, right? And then the comfort, right? Comfortable, right? So here, remember how I told you that this guy here has an icon, and that hearth, that comfortable icon, it's only for this guy. He gets the +5. Over here now, I placed another lizard here. He gets the +5, and it's just that guy gets the +5. And then if you look at the numbers, it will actually tell you, right, affected. So that says 2 guys have the +5, 1 guy does not. Average bonus. So what it does is it takes the guy with a 0, it adds the 2 guys with a +5, and now we have an average bonus of +3. So it slowly moves this to the 17. So it's tallying up everything, basically, from all of that, plus the +3 over here, right? So because all the lizards have a basic house, they are getting the maximum +3 bonus to their resolve. That's the number here, the blue number, right? Now, let's say I decide to take out the lizard off of this. I'm going to remove him, and I move him over here. Boom. Now, I'm actually maximizing the comfortable bonus, which I get the full +5. And 3 people have all the comfortable +5 resolve. Average is now +5. Maximum I can get is 5. So at the most I can get now, I've maximized my lizard to be 19. So let's go ahead and unpause this so you can see my 0.04 per minute. It should gain a little bit more. It might not show up right here. There you go. See? So this is an example of why you want to get as much as you can, even though you've met the minimum baseline, right? The baseline is 15. So as you saw, when I had the 15 and the 16, I was at the baseline. Sure, my movement was only 0.04, right? So the formula in the background does favor like an over happiness production. If you actually go higher like this number actually will increase. Hey, Lost, thank you for that. So not a lot of people realize that, oh, well, I only need the 15. I only need to make the minimum baseline, it's still a good idea to do an overproduction. And this rep gain also, the formula factors in how many people, how many lizards is getting the bonus resolve, right? So you want to actually get everybody in as a thing. So in this situation, let's say if I had happiness for humans and I had 10 or 20 humans, right? It's actually better to favor the humans to get their resolve threshold. If I get that resolve threshold. If I don't get that threshold resolve, it's not a good idea to favor humans, of course. It's better to favor whoever that will give you that resolve, that blue bar gain. So if the formula works out, like I said, based on the number of villagers, if you had 10 humans and you meet the threshold, it's actually better to have the humans be favored, and the humans will give you more rep per minute, right? I mean, ideally, if you have everybody happy, then this number will obviously increase quite a bit. So that's just a little detail there I wanted to point out. All right, so we are now in the clearance season. We have a little bit over 4 minutes, and we did last season fully planted everything. And as I mentioned to you, you don't necessarily need humans in these things to produce the double yield, right? Let me go ahead and just do beavers just to demonstrate some of this if we catch it, right? So here, I mean, you know, we have plenty of time. Like I said, I've already factored out 4 or 3 even. Should be able to empty this out if the hearth is nearby in the warehouse. But, you know, if you add more workers, it's not going to hurt, right? It's not going to hurt. So we will watch and see how beavers, if they will do any double yield chance. Okay, that guy did not. So they harvest 2. So we brought it down to whatever, 8, right? And so 8, 9, 10, 11, right? So these guys took out two fields, right? That's why this went down from 11 to 8. And this guy's working on the 3rd. This guy's probably going to work on the 4th. These guys are working on, I guess, the second, 3rd. This guy's 1st, right? Yeah, okay. And maybe he's going to go, okay, so that's 4, right? You can at least, they're working on 4. Oh, that guy did a double yield. You see that? He got a double yield. Yep, so that guy, now, see, that demonstrated that he got a double yield. I just didn't catch the animation. But he managed to get that 6 to be a 12. If you actually caught the animation, it would have said, like, X2. So now, he's going to do the next thing, right? Because we're not at max warehouse capacity. I'm trying to see if I can catch the animation to show you guys. Alright, that's a 1. That, there we go. See that? How the 6 immediately became a 12. And so this here will now go to 24. Right? Now he's carrying the 5 back to the warehouse over here. Right? You'll see this. See how he's walking over here to do this? And our warehouse internal capacity is full. Right, so this guy here is now going to help deliver. He's no longer going to harvest. And this guy here is carrying the 5, right? Because that went up to 21. Right, so now everyone is going to be delivering stuff. So that means 3 is still left on the board, and no one's harvesting. So this is an example of, you know, if you have to have the warehouse nearby, it improves the efficiency. And then they repeat the same process, right? So by having more workers, right, you can actually get this down to 0 a lot faster. And then once they're done, you can just take them off. All right, so our jerky is done. Let's go ahead and take that. Okay, so this here basically adds extra nodes, similar to the veggies last turn. All right, so now it says brewery. So we're going to take the brewery. I'm going to drop this down somewhere. I'm running out of space, guys. Holy shit. Well, I didn't carve enough. And now the brewery quest says, hey, build a brewery. It actually doesn't say build a brewery. It should technically say build or have one brewery in your settlement, right? So, because this actually tells you specifically what to do. Produce, right? This needs to have some sort of description, say build or have a brewery in your settlement. All right, let me go ahead and remove all this because I've been explaining everything to you. And we are moving point by 0.05. And these guys, this guy's getting that last charge. All right, so in this situation, right, you technically can take this guy off, right? Because there's only one thing left on the board, which this guy's already working on it. And he's going to do all the harvesting. If you want to, you could leave him on there and let him empty this out. But I generally don't, just because they have nothing else better to do during the storm. So I'll let the one guy do that, right? And I'm going to take the one guy off. There's only like 6 there to take out. So you can actually move that away. I mean, you can leave it there if you want to until they're all emptied out. But I prefer just to take it out right away. And now this here, it says we want to enable barrels and have ale in the brewery. So let's go ahead and take this off. And we want to choose the barrels. We'll take this off. And then we want to use the grains. And we want to use humans. Now humans will be happy, right? This is a human comfort. And usually the blue glow indicates that it is for comfort. In the event where they have like 2 things, which is lizards do 2 things, you don't actually see the blue glow and also the double chance yield. The little spinning wheel is actually the double chance yield. They're not showing the second animation of the warmth. But if you roll your mouse over, you do get it. Now, what's weird about this is it's actually using a yellow effect. All the workers are getting a yellow effect, so they're not actually showing the yellow and the blue, which would be nice if they also showed the blue for the lizard. But if you roll your mouse over it, you do see that you are getting it. All right, so and then this guy finished it, so we take him off. He finished delivering. And then you can make him go somewhere else in the remaining 1 minute, right? He finished all in 1 minute. Now you go do something else. We have newcomers, right? I don't need newcomers. More people, more problems. Okay, so going back, remember how I pointed out, right? The villagers. See, now you see we have 13 villagers. You multiply by 2, the hostility went up. Remember at the beginning of the game, the hostility was like -2. Now our hostility is 16. The benefit that we also got... Okay, yeah, there was no benefit. The number of years that have passed, in this case, it showed X10, right? At the beginning of the game, it did not show you what the count is. You wouldn't have known, right? Okay, does it multiply by race? No, the race does not affect the hostility level. That would be very interesting, Never Spoils, if they made a cornerstone that says Beavers get more hostility or whatever it is, right? Or you favor one or the other, and then it shifts as the hostility, right? That would be an interesting game mechanic. Or if you have too many of a certain type, you end up getting more penalties of that type. That would be also an interesting mechanic. Maybe they'll do that in the DLC. Alright, she did not proc because she does not have a double chance yield. Alright, so we produced the 20 ale. And we changed the barrels. Yep, so we'll go ahead and accept this. And now I got another blueprint, which is the tavern. So the tavern is another building that you can build, which is a special building. This is called a service building. So now that you have beer, unlike food where they just go to the hearth, the ancient hearth, and just, you know, consume the food, the tavern does require people to deliver the goods into the tavern. Now, they don't necessarily go to the tavern to consume the good, but the good needs to be delivered to the tavern. So let's go ahead and deliver the build the tavern first. Now I have a question. Never spoils ask. Okay, yeah, please shoot right away. Right away. I built it in majority space of a hearth. It did not count. I built it in majority space of hearth. It did not count. I had to remove it. What do you mean? Which one? The hearth? Or the tavern? I'm not sure what your question is. What now? Can you please explain again what your question is? I built in majority space of hearth. It did not count. I had to remove it and rebuilt it in all hearth space. It had to be in hearth space. Which one? The tavern? The tavern. Oh, yeah. All of the buildings. No. Okay, so, alright, so the way the hearth radius, the yellow, okay, so when you click on the hearth, there's this yellow border going around the hearth. Okay, this yellow radius only requires you to build buildings that will contribute to the hearth upgrade, or the hub upgrade. Special buildings, such as the tavern, which is a service building, does require you to build it inside the hearth radius only if you're trying to go for the district level 3. The district level 3, which I currently can't unlock right now in the tutorial, right, does require a service building. But that does not mean that the service building will not work. So if you build the service building, this tavern, outside this radius of the hearth, it will still work. Okay? It will still work and be functional. It just will not contribute towards the requirement needed to upgrade the hub. So right now the hub, to get to the level 2, I'm currently at level 1, right? To get to level 2, I need to build a park. Right, the park counts as 4, or you build like 4 barrels, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's take all these guys off, right? And I'm gonna increase the priority so you build that first. And you can see here, and thank you for asking the question so I can demonstrate what this means. Right, so have at least 4 comfortable decorations, and this is the decoration menu. The green icon glow is comfortable. The blue icon glow is aesthetics. The yellow icon glow is harmony. The hub upgrade to level 2, the bonus that you get is +2 global resolve. So I can actually increase this number, this 23, to 25 if I fulfill the upgrade requirements, which is getting 4 comfort. All right, so we're going to do that now. Right, so now see how it says 3 or 4? I mean, I usually build the park as my thing first. And the reason why I always use a pro tip, why I always build the let me move this out of the way. And then move this out of the way. I always build it near the warehouse as much as possible. Right? And I always usually build the park because the delivery trips are shorter, right? If you build 4 comfortable buildings instead, what does that mean? They have to make 4 trips minimum, depending on the cost of the building itself, depending on the difficulty modifier, because some modifiers might increase the cost of these things, and also depends on their carrying capacity. But it is a minimum of 4 trips to complete this goal, versus this, the park is only 8, right? This case is 8. This is only 2 trips, right? And if I had more carrying capacity, it would be only 1 trip, and then they can just immediately build it and get started right away. So, little pro tip: why I always go with the park 2x2, and why I always go with the garden a 2x2. Now, there are some situations where you do want to build these tiny little decorations, because there might be modifiers that shortens your radius of your hearth, and you can only stick this in some of the corners just to maximize your coverage, because you also need to put housing in there. Housing needs to be within the radius. So this first one right here is have 8 villagers be housed, right? So the housing for the 8 people needs to be within the radius of the hearth, which is within the yellow box, right? And, you know, the sealed forest is an example of where you might want to build the tiny little ones, because space is very important in the sealed forest. So now I just basically told you, you know, went to 23 goes to 25, right? And there you have it. We're now going to 25. And this number should increase. Now, see how we were 05 and now we're now 06. Right? So we've just increased our per rep movement passively. And then it wants a tavern, right? Let's see here. What do I want here? Cannibalism? Okay. Meat production. This gives us more meat. +2. Or the left. Cannibalism, guys. Amazing cornerstone, guys. I want to at least give a shout out to the cannibalism, because that has saved me quite a bit when my first year playing Against the Storm. This used to be my #1 favorite pick, because when somebody leaves or dies, right, if they're starving, their resolve is low, you don't have enough food. So let's say you're in a situation, your village is like, oh my god, I don't have enough food, I can't produce enough food. You definitely want to consider cannibalism, because this is a great way to at least stabilize your town. So if somebody dies because they're hungry, or somebody dies because they're not getting enough food distributed, right, you want this. This gives you meat. The one on the right, you know, +2 per meat nodes. But if you have no more meat nodes, if you look at the big math here, right, there's only like 14 left. +2, and this, yes, if you take the well, we already got the +1 off of this, right? It will actually increase this by another +2 in addition to the +1 and the one there, right? So we're looking at 4 times 14 is how much you can get off of this and any future nodes that you find. But if you don't have any more nodes, you know, you have no way to produce meat, the one on the left is always a safe bet. It's an insurance policy that you won't go hungry or die of hunger. Or if you get crazy like I do in a lot of my runs, I like to kill off my villagers to lower hostility a lot. I used to like killing off my villagers for different purposes to gain different resources. In addition to this stacks really well with that. You actually can stack all that. So I'm gonna take this. Amazing, amazing cornerstone. Cannibalism. And it actually tells you how many times you've benefited from it. Okay, so never spoils. I want you to build a service building on edges so you can check 50-50. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do that. I will do that. Let's see if I can get into a glade or something here. And do that so we can see if it's a bug with the tutorial. But in the normal, if it is a bug in the tutorial, it's just the tutorial. Like I said, there's a couple of things here that does not work correctly in the tutorial. Alright, so the other thing too is, okay, so the tavern, all buildings, before they're fully constructed, will have a free move. So you can actually manipulate the building, go, oh, I changed my mind. So instead of canceling, well, actually, no, I don't want to go into that because it used to be the case. It's not the case anymore, right? So if you happen to decide to move this, right, you actually are resetting this. Back in the days, like I said earlier, some of these free move buildings, you can actually load it up and move it somewhere else, right? After it's done, you have to pay the costs. Service building, once it's fully constructed, you cannot move it for free. During the construction phase, you can move it if you change your mind, but be warned that when you do move it, you have to reload this. So the worker travel time does play a factor again if you want to move this around. Let's go ahead and move this since he asked if it is possible to build this outside the hearth and if it's going to still work. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So now you can see that everything got reset back into the internal storage. It didn't get deleted or anything like that. So be careful when you do decide to take the advantage of the free move, but it's one way to at least change your mind. Because back in the days, if you change your mind, you have to deconstruct something. The only building in the game that you can't get the free move before construction is completed is actually the hearth. You do have to deconstruct the hearth as you're building it, or whenever you're building it, if you change your mind. That's the only building that I've noticed is the case. Hey, Raven, welcome back. All right, so we're gonna check to see if this counts. Oh, I can't. Okay, so never spoils. I can't check if it counts towards the service. It's not supposed to count towards the service building. I just explained that earlier. So if you're expecting me to test that here, I can't because I don't have that upgrade for one. And then number two, the only thing we're going to test here is whether the service building works outside the hearth. It does work outside the hearth. If you do have the ability to upgrade to the district, right, and it asks for a service building, you do need to make it within the yellow zone. So those things I can clarify and explain to you or answer the questions to, right? Is it service building? Yeah, sure. So service building is a building that will now service the beer. Because we made a bunch of beers. Or ale. At Ron Empire, I'm trying to do all these achievements, like open 525 blades. You suggest doing those on Pioneer? Well, yeah, I suggest doing as many as you can on Pioneer. Whatever difficulty you choose, it's always a good idea to knock out a lot of the achievements and deeds and events. If you have, you know, a lower difficulty. There's no shame in it unless it actually says you must do this on Prestige 14 or something like that. Alright, so this one, we just need more wood. Are you bringing me wood? You're not. You're terrible. I need to make wood. Let's take this off. Or planks, I mean. Okay. Come on. Holy shit, this takes forever. I'm gonna take this off. I'm gonna deconstruct this. Okay, so here's another trick, right? If you don't have this installed with Rain Engine, right? Because if you do happen to have it installed on Rain Engine. First, let's empty this out first. Let's empty this out. Because if you delete this, right, you will lose the ale. Right? So you want to empty this out first before deconstructing the building. Alright, this is called refund. Getting a refund on your building. Right? And let's take this off. Okay. So, you could, you don't have to X these out. Back in the days, there was some issues where if you destroyed this, and I learned this back in the days, I tested it back in the days, if you X this out and destroy this, you did lose internal storage. They have changed it. It's a very long time since I had tested it. I recently tested it to verify that they did change this. So if you have things to X out, you don't have to necessarily X them out when destroying. But when you have stuff in the production area, if you destroy this, you lose the stuff that's in the production. But X's do go back to your warehouse for free. So if you happen to have stuff here, right, and you, let's say you want the Trapper's Camp materials back, right? We roll your mouse over it with the X. It will say salvaged materials, you get your wood, and you get your whatever the hell parts back, right? If you do this, you lose this and you lose this. Okay, so you need to make sure that you empty this out first before destroying it. So the trick then is, if this happens to be really far out over here, there's a warehouse over here, it's, you know, whatever, you want to lift this up with the V key or the move button here, right? Put it right next to your warehouse like this. The travel time to bring this back is faster. You can assign like another worker. So let's say all my lizards are already in here. You can take a lizard right out of the hearth and go over here, and he will walk right over to this camp and deliver this for you. Right. See how that's quick? That's just basically instant, right? So instead of having to have the guy deliver it to the warehouse this way, best thing to do is empty it out by placing it next to your warehouse. Make sure it's done like this. Put the lizard back like this. And then you can go like this. And then you get that material back, right? This is the refunds. 10 and 3. If you deconstruct this, right? See how the salvage material, it'll say like 222? Right? And the reason I'm doing this is because I want to get more planks. I don't want to have to sit around waiting for this guy to deliver the 4 or waiting for this guy to finish. Let's say hypothetically, right? I want this right away. I can click on this and go, hey, I'm going to get 2, 2, and 2. And I only need 2 of this for the tavern. And then if you click on this, you want to make sure you see this, right? So this is 6 and 4, and you've got a 48 right here. And then what is that? It's 4 barrels, right? And this is all, keep in mind that we're also getting 5 per minute, so this number might increase. But if you go like this, you actually will get those numbers teleported back to your warehouse for free. Right? You don't lose it. And see how those numbers just went right back in? It's free. So that's one way to get stuff back without having to hit X. But you do want to be careful that if you do have stuff in the warehouse, or these things right here, and you exit, you will lose it. So make sure that you empty it out. Xing is not as important. Alright, so now we're gonna get that over there done. And the tavern should theoretically work. It's supposed to. It does not need to be within the hearth radius. I mean, it's ideally you wanted it to be somewhere near the warehouse, because the workers do transport the service or the items, the service items. All right, so here's the other thing too, right? So if you click on a service building, some service buildings will have a bonus, like I said, that gives comfort. The 3 icons down here indicates that you need to populate the service building with all 3 workers to take advantage of the service building's perk. Every service building in the game has some sort of perk, if not 2 or whatever, right? They will always have a minimum of 1 perk. Some buildings will have 2 perks. Or more, maybe even, right? Because if it's like a haunted building that you recover from a ruins building, right? So this building says you will get +3 to global resolve, and if you build multiple taverns, you're not going to get +3 times 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever it is, right? You're only going to get that +3 once. It's similar to the bonus that the lizard gives you, +1 to everybody, right? Everyone's going to get +3. It's not the people that's in there. This is the +3 globally, everybody. But the people that do populate the tavern, they will get their individual +5 resolve. So it's a really good idea to put humans in here, right? To fill all this up. And now the humans go up. They get their little comfort bonus, right? And you're also giving +3 to everybody. So if you look at the bottom down here, it says you're getting a +3 bonus. If you take this away, you see how that disappeared? It's no longer here. And you actually see this, right? It's yellow is you get it, and white, you have not completed this. So if you want the bonus, you need to maximize all 3 to get the bonus. Now, if you don't need the bonus, you only need 1 worker to service the building. So just by service the building, I'll show you what I mean. She will deliver the ale into this internal storage here. And then if you have the ingredients inside the internal storage, the people, when they go on break, who do consume ale, which are the beavers and the humans, whenever they go on their break and they hang out by the hearth, they will get that leisure fulfillment. They will consume the 1 unit of beer each person. This is not factoring in any difficulty. There are certain difficulty modifiers that will say, hey, they consume double yields or chance of double yields. In this case, they will only get 1 per person. So let's go ahead and continue that. And if you notice also in the icon on their needs, right, the icon actually do tell you that you have 60 beer or ale available. So here I have 89 jerkies available. The +4 means that you are getting +4 resolve to the lizards resolve button or whatever, resolve count here, right? So you get +3 from that, you get +4 from that, and then you get +5, +1, +5, +2. That's how the lizard is currently at 25, passing the threshold value. And the 89 is basically how many you have available. So the 4 is basically how much resolve you're benefiting, right? We're benefiting the full amount. Everyone is unaffected, right? Affected means that everyone has the +4, everyone ate their jerkies, so all 3 ate their jerkies. And that 89 count means that you have 89 more available for the 3 guys here to get that +4. So we have 60 beer, right? And one of them is probably walking that 5. Even though that says 6, right? And we see 55. That means somebody is currently fetching it and delivering it, right? See how it's 55 and this chick here is fetching it, and it's gonna go. So yeah, see, she's got 55, and now she probably just somebody over here just drank. Yeah, this one person over here on break just consumed the beer, and we so the bonus that we get normally per person that consumes it will be +8. We're now seeing +2 because the other people. So affected right now says, hey, one guy got beer service fulfillment need. He, she, whatever is getting +8. The other people, the other 4 unaffected, does not have any needs fulfilled on the beer. So you basically take the +8, divide by the 5. That gets you that +2 average. Right? +8 +0 divided by 5 people total. That's where the +2 comes from. Now, once all the humans are affected, right, then you then will get the +8. So that's what the service building does. And so I just demonstrated that the service building does work outside of the hearth radius. The only difference is if you don't have it near the warehouse, they will have to do a travel time delivering the ale from here all the way over here. The workers do hang out inside the service building, so when it's time for them to take their own break time, they'll walk all the way back to the hearth. So keep that in mind when doing building constructions. Okay. All right, so here's the other catch, right? So the quest says I need to fulfill my villagers need 20 times. This number does not mean I need to have 20 people at the same time fulfilled. There's a different type of quest that is associated to have 20 people at the same time get their needs fulfilled. This quest basically says I only need to fulfill it every total of 20 times. And as I pointed out, each one of these guys have a 2-minute break interval. So if you click on your Expedia, the only 2 people that drinks beer, right, or the only 2 species that drink beer are the humans and the beavers, and they both have a 2-minute time frame. So when can I expect this to be fully ate? Roughly within a 2 minutes time frame. Right? 2 minutes time frame. I'm trying to do all these achievements. Yeah, okay, and me, I drink beer. Right, so we have to wait. So in this situation, right, it's not going to be a 2-minute time frame. Since we only have 10 people that can drink beer, it's going to be a 4-minute time frame minimum, right? Because the 10 people will drink, and then they have to wait 2 minutes in between, and then go back and drink. So it's about a 4-minute time frame. Maybe, oh, give or take, because some of them, a couple of them already drank right out of the gate. So it might be, the minimum is probably 3. The most will be 4. Right? The most will be 4 minutes. 2 minutes is minimum if they immediately drink as soon as the guy delivers. Alright, so here's the other important thing to notice, right? There are now, in this game, for those who have been playing or who have been absent for a while, back in the days, they did not have this option. I also gave feedback for this. I campaigned this really hard. This is one of the community feedbacks. People also chimed in and agreed with what I said. Back in the days, it was really annoying when they would always deliver the resources to the service buildings, and you happen to need this for some reason, for like a quest, you know, or like a glade achievement or a glade solve, whatever. And if you happen to have one worker, just one worker in the service building, they will always, back in the days, steal the service items and stick it in the tavern. Even with the consumption controls, and you tell them, no, I don't want you to drink beer, they will still take the beer and throw it inside the service building. So I said, look, can we have a way to just prevent them from delivering the stuff? And why this is useful is that you can now put that back in the warehouse as something that you can turn in as a quest, right? And here's the other thing too. This is a very nice way to do consumption control, deny them from drinking beer without penalizing yourself. Because if you go through the consumption control and say X, I don't want them to consume beer, and the beer now causes you to have a -1 resolve modifier because you deny them beer because it's available. By doing this, it's another way to deny them from drinking the beer without the penalty, the resolve penalty, for denying them. So that's another little trick there. So keep that in mind. Alright, so for now, since we're trying to finish it, we want to enable that. I don't want you to control my beer consumption, okay? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So now, the humans are happy drinking beer. And now you can look at our reputation gain. The human is now contributing points, and then the lizards are contributing points. So now we went from 0.05 to 0.15. And our rep is now... See how, like, we're very close now to the next blueprint? And let's go ahead and speed this up a little bit. And if you guys have any questions, new players watching this, feel free to ask. Now's the great time to ask. I can actually walk you through or explain anything. So see how the queen dropped down to 1 from the 2, and that we hit that marker there. And then now if you look at it, we only have 2 points left. We don't necessarily have to do the remaining 2 quests if we complete this first, because they've already gained me 2 resolve points. Or 1 resolve point, right? 1. Sorry, my bad. So once this is done, I still have 1 more point left. I could skip this last one if I do this one. Or I could continue to maintain happiness and achieve the last point without doing these 2. Or this one over here, actually. We're guaranteed not to have to do this one if they unlock each one of these in succession. Back to back. Blueprints? Alright, cool. Lizard homes. Who do I want to make happy? Oh, let's make some beavers happy. That's +3, right? Beavers are not going to be happy with this, but it's not going to be enough. Let's go with this. Actually, I only need 3. Oh, no, that's right. That's correct. 3, because it's 2, right? 2 times 3 is 6. Alright, let's do that. It's not going to get them to the blue threshold unless I... Actually, I can, right? I can, if I undo this. I could make all the beavers happy. Okay. Because that should give them the threshold movement. Oh, not during the storm. Because during the storm, it's going to subtract 4. And we're losing people. Well, not losing people. We're losing the resolves that they gain. Alright, so the tavern's done. Let me go ahead and enable... Turn that in. And the last one, it just says... Keep humans resolve above 25 for 30 seconds. We've already done that. Apparently, it's retroactive. So we go ahead and deliver this. And then we're done. And then we've unlocked some additional buildings. And we are now at level 2. And we now have additional cornerstones. Right, this is a cornerstone. We have the Flame Amulet. It gives woodcutters hostility reduction by 4. The Crowded Home. Room for 1 more. So that means all houses have extra rooms. This cornerstones basically gives more deposit charges when we open glades. This is a mine, herbalist camp, and a rain collector. And then it says, hey, we have new Citadel upgrade options at level 2. We go ahead and continue this. And then we got our free experience points from doing this. We got our food stock. Now the Blight Post is something new now that you have access to. The game has certain mechanics that generates blight that corrupts your hearth. So using the Blight Post can burn the corruption away. Hydrant is as it is. It's kind of like a fire hydrant. It's used to let the Blight fighters recharge without having to go back to the Blight Post. Makeshift Post is something that can be used to build packs of various different trade goods. And these are new camps. All right, so go ahead and continue. Alright, so we're now finished with the first 2 tutorial. I'm sorry it took 5 hours to watch all of this, but I gave you guys a lot of new player tips, and this is mostly useful for new players. So hopefully this was helpful. I'm going to make a shorter video guide that jumps through each of these little things. The reason I did this live is so that anyone who wants to ask questions, I can actually explain this to you. But look out for my shorter video guides of all these little tips and tricks on my YouTube channel. I'm definitely going to try to get this down to a shorter time frame. Alright, so the Queen's Envoy, let's go ahead and say okay. Enter the Smoldering City and use the resources you've gathered so far to buy the Obsidian Archive level 1 upgrade. And this is here is the it's a Smoldering City. We made a tutorial town number 1 over here. We made a tutorial town number 2 over here. Back in the day, this is a little tip here. We were able to play on the same map as our tutorial town. We were able to trade with our tutorial town. They've actually changed that. And if you look at the top left corner here, I got 20 food stocks for completing the tutorial. If you are a player who skips the tutorial, you will only get 10 food stocks. You will still get to the level 2 jump, unlock all those things I just unlocked for free. But you will not get the 20 food stocks total. So I can't progress this without clicking on the Smoldering City. Alright, so now the only thing you can look at is the game history. Right, it says that I've won 2 tutorial towns. 2 tutorial towns, win or lose, do not contribute towards your game loss or game won stats. So if you do skip, don't be afraid, don't be scared or worried. It does not count as a loss. Back in the days, it did count as a loss. Alright, so these are the things that's associated to the Citadel upgrade. I have nothing as an upgrade. Not a single thing. If you notice, like during the Queen Hand's trials, they only give you these 3. Alright, right now this is a full empty Citadel wipe. Since I cannot continue the game, I must spend my point here, right? So I'll show you here. The game will not let me continue unless I go to the city. And they really should put like an exclamation mark here, a red exclamation mark here, right? So that way it tells players they need to go here. All right, so they need to also have like a red icon indicator here, right? To say, hey, upgrade this, right? But yeah, they want us to spend our food stock. You cannot jump out of order, except for this spot here because this is a separate line, right? But you can't jump out of order from this because this requires this. Back in the days, it was possible to jump out of order. Back in the days, I actually did go through the Citadel upgrades and reserved my food stocks and said, no, I don't want to go through this. I just want to go through this. And I was able to do that back in the days. Now they've changed that mechanic. So this is the full 1.0 version release. If you watch my older VODs anywhere, you can't jump through this anymore. So this is the thing that's required to progress. And this one says we get the impatient reduction by -2%. And the Obsidian Archive unlocks the option to do deeds. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so now we can go here if we wanted to, or we can go here if we wanted to, right? But we can now progress, and I did, a while back, I did a prestige challenge. I did do a challenge where I did a full Citadel upgrade. Sorry, a no Citadel upgrade, right? A no Citadel upgrade challenge, and I was able to play new towns without upgrading my Citadel. If you want to watch that and see how to go about playing a no upgrades challenge, you can. I also have another video where I won the Prestige 20 all the way from 0, doing Viceroy, the highest difficulty out of the gate. And you can see what I selected to get to the Prestige 20 right away. Down the bottom here, this is the cycle bar. This is how many years that's left on the cycle. Right now, since this is the beginning stage of the tutorial, there is no more years left before the Blight Storm. So the envoy says, hey, this world is governed by an eternal Blight Storm cycle. So we say continue. It is almost upon us, so no caravans are allowed to embark. Press the button in the lower right corner of the screen to finish the cycle. So this button right here, the lower right corner, is the button that's used to finish the cycle. All right, and then it pops up the summary of our tutorial wins. We don't gain any bonuses because we didn't complete the seal. We don't have any seals. The only thing we unlocked was the archive. Let's go back though. Let's go back. Okay, so I had to, if I wanted to then, right, I had to unlock the second choice. Right now, you don't have to if you don't want to. But to progress, you do need to go here. So let's go ahead and hit end cycle. And this is the animation that always occurs whenever you hit the end cycle button. All right, you'll notice that there's a little grid there, right? I'll show you what to do. All right, so in my game, I'll wait until this is done. I'll show you. Your goal as a Viceroy is to reach the ancient seals with your caravan and reforge them, pushing back the Blightstorm. Okay, that's fine. This is a secondary goal because remember, if you watch the cutscene, the guy said, "Hey, your goal is to upgrade the Citadel." You really should consider upgrading the Citadel as the primary goal, unless you are doing a challenge run like me, where I did not do any upgrades for an increase in challenge, increase in difficulty. The game is significantly harder with no Citadel upgrades. But as a new player and you're not experienced, I highly recommend that you grind out or play different towns to gain Citadel upgrades. And what this guy here is telling me is the additional endgame content goal is to close these seals. This is a seal here. It's this little glow. To push back the Blightstorm. When he says push back the Blightstorm, what he means here is that you gain a reward for closing the Citadel, or sorry, the Seal Force seals, where you gain additional years on your cycle bar. It gives you more time to do town settlements. For new players, initially, when you start playing the game, it's not as important. I can tell you that part, to do that. you're almost ready to venture out on your own. Choose any map tile inside your embarkation range to begin. Sure. So I'm forced to choose something. I'm using my scroll wheels to move up and down. I'm using my right click. I'm holding my right click down to move around, right? So as a new player, I highly recommend that you do the Royal Woodlands, right? Because it's a lot easier than doing something like Scarlet Orchard. Scarlet Orchard has a different game mechanic. Marshland's a little bit more difficult. So if you're playing for the first time as a brand new player, and you're watching my VOD for how to play, this is a walkthrough, I highly encourage selecting your first town next to the Royal Woodlands, the Watchtower. The Watchtower modifier says the Royal Guard is watching over this region. Discovering glades doesn't increase hostility. So this allows you to open all the glades without any penalty in terms of hostility. If you open a dangerous glade, you are still going to need to deal with the threat. But the small glades that you open up, it's practically free. There's no hostility cost to them. So for new players, I highly recommend doing that. The other option is the Royal Outpost, which is extra options for orders. It gives you more options to decide or choose from for completing the order's delivery. So let's go ahead and click on this since he is telling us to do so. To embark, you must first choose a caravan that will become the foundation of your town's population. So on the left here are your embarkation caravans, and currently the last slot is locked. You have to unlock that in the Citadel, but now you can only choose from these two. The top row has a guaranteed lizards. Well, overall, since you're first playing for the first time, you don't have access to Harpies and you don't have access to foxes yet. So you're gonna be guaranteed humans in the slot, and you're always gonna be guaranteed beavers in the slot, right? In this slot here, you're always gonna be guaranteed the fox in the remaining slot. So 7 and 2, this means that there's gonna be a total of 7 lizards. There's gonna be a total, or 2 additional villagers, but you don't know what they are. They could be, well, they could be 2 humans, or they could be two beavers, or they can be 1 of each. The base goods, if you roll your mouse over this, this is what you're guaranteed to get. All the caravans have exactly the same base goods, so you don't need to roll your mouse over these because they're exactly the same. And then the plus symbol means, okay, so the top group will get a unique set of goods, resources, in addition to the base goods. So down here, these are the same. If you take the bottom, you're gonna get insects and planks. If you go here, you're gonna get meat, tools, and extra people. All right, so you need to make a decision on this, and the bottom row gives you only 7 people. The top row gives you 9. I generally recommend taking 9 people or 8 people or higher. The reason to take the bottom maybe is the planks and the insects, but I mentioned to you that you're gonna get lizard in the last slot, so you already know what it is. And then the top, you already know you're gonna get beavers and humans. It's not as important to decide or take the bottom because you're gonna get humans anyways. The reason why I sometimes prefer to take humans as my guaranteed pick, if I had other races here that's added, like foxes and harpies, I want my guaranteed humans because I want to slow down the queen's impatience with humans. And so this normally would give me a guaranteed human if I had more than 1 as a possibility in the last slot. So the best thing to do is you want to take the top. All right, well, I'm going to exit out of this, though, because I need to go back to the Citadel and spend my other 20. All right, so we'll go ahead and continue this. So he'll say, next, choose a difficulty. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. But beware, an inexperienced Viceroy won't last long on the higher difficulties, right? So here you can choose the difficulty level, and the prestige is currently locked. You have to complete Viceroy to unlock the prestige 1. If you do settlers, you do not unlock the Viceroy, or sorry, the prestige 1, right? And then you can also name your town. If you roll over this, we'll show you the difficulty modifiers. So if you go with settlers, its modifier is currently ×1, right? And then if you choose... Oh, and it also tells you how many positive effects that you get. So the positive effect... In the last game, it didn't actually give you positive effects. Positive effects are things that will show up during drizzle, and you only get those benefits during drizzle. The negative effect is a negative effect that only shows up during the storm. So if you decide to choose Settler, you only get one negative effect, and you only have to worry about it during the storm, and it only lasts for 2 minutes. So not a big deal. Let's take a look at the Pioneer. If you choose Pioneer, now the hostility multiplier is increased by 1.5. What that multiplier does is it costs more in terms of hostility per villager. If you open glades, it costs more. Remember I showed you the hostility bar and the breakdown? That's where that multiplier goes. It applies to the numbers that's in that breakdown. Now this here shows 2 positive multipliers, but the negative effect goes up to 3. The first one, there's only 1 negative effect. Now you get 3 negative effects, and that's only during the storm. The veteran difficulty gives 4 negative modifier effects, and then you only get 1 positive effect during the drizzle. And then now you see the multiplier has gone up to 2. And then the very last one will be 3. Right, so now we're looking at 3 difficulty modifier, hostility multipliers times 3. It's the same as the previous, but the only difference was the 3. Right, so I'm going to go with, right now, well, first of all, I'm going to go ahead and exit this, and then we'll talk about the difficulties in a second. I'll start my town. I want to go back to my Citadel and make a decision on my upgrades. Since I'm not doing any challenge for this run, and I'm doing a full walkthrough, I want to at least go through my picks and my recommendations on what to pick for the Citadel for new players. So here in this next part of the tutorial, it just says, hey, these are the things that you choose to bring with you into your next settlement. And they give you a base of 3 to pick. And we only have 3 items here, and these cost 1 point each. So we can go pick like this, and we spend our embark points. The first lot is a use it or lose it scenario. If you do not use the points here because it's free, you lose it. So if you want a challenge for yourself, and there are deeds and achievements that says do not take anything or do not spend any points, you could complete your deed or your achievement challenge by not spending the points. But if you don't spend it, you lose it. The second one is reserve embarkation points. There will be things in the game that will give you extra points to spend for your embarkments. So this point here is if you can reserve it, basically stock up, and it will not go away until the entire cycle is over. These do not carry over from cycle to cycle. They only go away when you complete the entire cycle. So if I had embark points, I could reserve this, the reserve embark points. I don't have to spend it, but let's say I had some, it will remove the first 3, and then let's say I had another choice here, and it says, oh, if you want to take a 2-pointer, and if I had a 2-pointer here, I can tap into my reserve and take whatever 2-pointer items here. But as you spend stuff, it eats into the freebie first, the left first, before going into the second. That's all it is. All right, so I'm going to continue. You are finally ready to embark on your own. Remember, there is always a way out. Experiment and adapt. Okay, fine. May the storm be gentle on you, Viceroy. Yep, okay, done. And now it reveals everything. The brakes are off. I'm going to exit for a little bit here. So if you wanted to replay your tutorials, you could. So we completed the basic, we completed the needs resolve. There is another tutorial called Hostility and Trade. Yeah, maybe we could go through that in a little bit. I'm gonna X these out because I've already read them. You guys can read them on your own. These tutorials do not, I don't think this counts towards the food stock. So when you do complete this, I'm pretty sure it does not count towards this. I forgot because I actually did this live, and this one live as well. And I also had commentaries for these things on my live stream. The videos are up. If you want to watch some of the commentaries, you can. I think I won't go through this because the videos are up. Let me go ahead and close out of that and go back to the Citadel. And I want to go back to the upgrade tree. Now we have 2 things to choose from, and we have 10 food stocks. Now if I choose the right side, or this column here, I get fuel reduction, and this will unlock the choice to get clay or stones on my embarkation. At the left is the Queen's Impatience stats, base stat, where you lose, or you reduce the Queen's impatient growth by another -2. So the first one gave you a -2. The second one is another -2 with total -4. I recommend taking this one because this also gives you more Citadel resources whenever you finish settlement. The Citadel resources is this section right here on the top, right? So let me point out what that difference is. So let's say we go over here, and let's say we go with settlers, and we click on the summary screen, and this says we're going to get 17 food stocks, right? And the conditions here, you get the watchtower. This is the special ability of the Royal Woodlands, right? You get more trees. These are the things that's in the Royal Woodlands, the trees. These are the natural resources. These are the nodes that you can find in the Royal Woodlands. And here it shows that if we're choosing settlers, you're going to get 2 green and 1 red. So here's the difference. If you go this way, you get 4 reds and 1 green. So here you get 17, right? And then here, if you choose the Viceroy, you get 85, right? That's a lot of food stocks. It's amazing. Okay. So if you zoom out, and this one right here is seal fragments, right? That's how many fragments you get. So if you complete the fragments, let's say if I hit the end button, I'm not going to hit end for real. If you get extra fragments, it'll convert the fragments to extra resources that you can use. And as I pointed out, resources are needed to upgrade the Citadel tree. If you notice, like, this Citadel tree has costs associated to it, right? See how these things have certain costs associated to it. And your goal is, as a Viceroy, to gather enough resources to upgrade the tree. And so, if I take this, I will get more of an output. Remember that Settlers was like 17 and that other one was like 85 or 84? So I'm going to go ahead and unlock this because this is the best choice. And then you go to your history again. And then you can see that we now have an impatient reduction of -4%. And then the Citadel resources that you gain for completing towns is 10%. This is a very powerful pick out of the gate. So if I had to choose as a new player, this is the best thing to take. All right. Now, let's click on this to show you. You see how it changed? Well, that didn't change much. Settlers did not take advantage of that 10%. Right? But the Viceroy did, because it was like 80 something, right? 84. So 10% increase on that gets me up to like 93. Now, if you guys are brand new to the game, you don't want to do Viceroy. I actually have done multiple times out of the gate a brand new profile and jumped right to Viceroy. It's difficult. I actually did fail on one of my profile resets as a new player after having gone from playing the game for over a year. I stopped playing for a while. And I got back into the game. Well, it's not a year. Sorry, not over a year. It's probably about like half a year. Half a year, right? I jumped into the game about half a year later because I actually did play it from the Harpies update to the... I stopped playing around the Harpies update and I played it around the November release Steam. When I jumped back in the game about half a year later, I jumped into the Viceroy as my first town right out of the tutorial. I actually did fail the Viceroy. And you actually see this on my YouTube channel VOD, but I did walk away with a lot of food stocks. I didn't get the experience, But I did walk away with tons of food stocks, and I compared it to what would happen if I played Settlers. I end up earning more food stocks playing Viceroy and failing than had I just taken Settlers. So I really encourage you guys to not be afraid to go higher in difficulty at the start and try to do well. But if you're totally new and you're not comfortable with the game, then Settlers is okay and Pioneer's okay. Right? Pioneer just requires more reputation to win. Settlers is really easy because and it doesn't show here actually. They actually do give you a slight perk, and this is, I don't know why they don't show you here, but when you play the Settlers, there's actually a free perk that says food consumption is ignored. There's a chance of not consuming extra food or whatever. So food is not really a problem for people who's new to the game unless they changed it and they totally got rid of it. All right, so that is something to think about. All right, first of all, before I continue this tutorial walkthrough series, I want to get something to eat. So for right now, I'm going to BRB here. I'll put up a BRB message. And then I'm going to grab something to eat. It'll be about 5 minutes. And then in 5 minutes, I'm going to come back and resume this. So don't go anywhere, guys.